Hey everybody. I'm extremely calm right now, considering what we're about to go into, which is one of the most toxic people to ever grace the platform of Twitch, to the point where he no longer graces it. In fact, grace is not a word commonly associated with this individual. Who am I talking about? Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell III. That's right. Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell III. He found a tweet that I did just kind of taking a shitpost on his interview with Jesse Singal, right? And it must have really pissed him off, right? He must be really hurting for content. Like, wow. Like, that's so weird. Destiny, like, when I was like one of the Debate Bro streamers, he did. That's right, he did crash that one panel. I forgot about that. I forgot about that 30K video. Jeez, just a little 30K video, no big deal, right? But yeah, I've talked to Destiny before. It just has been a long time, right? And what brings him back? What gets him to invite me on his show, which he did. Oh my god, thank you, head kittens. Meow, meow, meow. I am streaming at a better time for some of you right now. I bet if you're in like New Zealand, Australia, places like that, this is probably a better time than my normal time, which is hella early for you. It's always a bad time for somebody though. It sucks. Like I always end up screwing Europe, the United States, or Asia. You know, one way or the other, I'm gonna screw people. That's terrible. But yeah, much thanks for the re-upping of the membership, meow meow. So we're talking about Destiny. We're talking about his he got interviewed by Jesse Singal. So my understanding of it is it's mostly like Jesse asking Steven questions about his Twitch ban, rather than Steven asking Destiny questions, Steven asking Destiny. What am I saying? Steven asking Jesse questions about, Jesse's beat, which is detransitioners. Jesse, just like his fellow red name, Katie Herzog, they love to talk about detransitioners. They love to talk to detransitioners, as long as those people are detransitioning, because that helps their narrative. Their narrative is that somehow trans medicine is being pushed on people. Yeah. Implying that it's too easy to get treatment. And it's not. So it's really destructive stuff, especially during this time when so many of the rights that we fought for are on the line. Right, this is not the time to be messing around, and yet that is exactly what Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell is doing. And I'm not a fan of it, right? So like, I was joking. I wasn't like taking Stephen to the freaking woodshed and like, you know what I mean? There wasn't like wasn't taking him to task, but I was just kind of like laughing at the fact that, he needs to like cope about his ban and probably about the ratio, and that, he's talking to Jesse Singal to do it. Because in my mind, Steven's kind of acting image. So anyway, I'm in the position now of having to explain my joke. What did my joke mean? That Steven's being a little bit immature, a little bit seeking of approval. And that it's Jesse Singal that's like that he's using as his sounding board, right? And the idea that Jesse's like, oh, okay, that's okay, buddy. Let me get you a popsicle, right? I don't know. It wasn't really like a super hard dunk, but it definitely got the attention of a certain group of stans, right? And they descended like vultures, like velociraptors on my Twitter the other day, and I was not really scared. I don't want to engage. I don't want to get into Steven's drama world, and I don't want their attention, so I didn't give them any attention, and they left after a certain amount of time, right? But we were just about to go over that thread when we left off last time, and so I feel a certain duty to get back to that promised thread, that explanation for why did Destiny get mad at me, right? And then we'll look at the video, right? Because he's gonna want me to have watched the video. And no, I didn't watch the video. It wasn't a serious, like, this is what that video is about take. It was a prediction, okay? A shitpost prophecy, as it were, right? And whether it comes true or not, like, I don't think I'm that much on a hook for it. But, you know, it was just a joke based on what I know about Destiny and what I know about Jesse Singal. I don't know. I don't know what to do, chat. Like, I'm like, everything that I do, I'm just guilty for, right? Including Popsiclegate now. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, my haters are the strangest of bedfellows. They are the strangest of bedfellows. They are bizarre bedfellows. They are JoJo's Bizarre Bedfellows, okay? That's what I'm talking about. That's what we're dealing with here. JoJo's Bizarre... What the fuck am I watching? Oh. Oh. Neat. I kind of like this. Let's turn it down, though. This isn't too bad. I was gonna listen to, what, some, like, lo-fi today, but this'll do. Alright, so let's take a look in here. Oh wait, what am I doing? We should be going to... We should be going to Twitter, right? We should be going to my Twitter. That's what we're doing. Okay. So yeah, if you haven't noticed, I've been on Twitter a lot more lately. Twitter, turns out it's actually kind of useful. Who knew? All this time, I just didn't know how to use Twitter. So you're gonna see a lot more stream clips and stuff like this up there now. Oh yeah, fuck, I almost forgot. We should probably need to post this in the Discord as well. But yeah, here we go. This is my, you know, yeah, there's a lot more content is what I'm saying. Like, I do a lot more on Twitter. And so is my content. Oh my god, the Peterson thing. How far down is this? Okay, here we go, here we go. So apparently this is what the kind of post that Twitter likes the best. Twitter just wants me to post like some debate bro bullshit and be like, holy shit, what the fuck is this? That is the content that Twitter wants from me, apparently. As based on the numbers, right? That's what they love. That's what I'm good for. Okay, so look, wait, not this one. I mean, wait, this does show like the, oh, so this was, okay, so here's the center of the drama. Here's the center of the drama, right? It's this, this screen cap right here. There we go. So what do we have here? We have, oh my god, you almost can't see that. Am I scrolled down too far? No. Okay, I'll just read it and you'll have to trust me. How about that? Does that work, chat? Do you have that kind of faith in me? That I can just read something off and you'll trust me that it actually says this? Okay, so here's what I said. Steven, the bad T-slayers were super meanie butts to me, especially this Keffels person. Jesse says, I know, buddy, but it's gonna be okay. We've got D-transes for you to talk to, and hey, let me buy us some popsicles. Would you like that, buddy? And Steven says, squee, because he's really happy, because he's gonna have popsicles with Jesse Singal. And so Steven comes in here, what are you even talking about, lol? If you wanna come on and chat about any part of this conversation, feel free to reach out. Something like that, right? That's what this upside down smiley is. It's like, that's a Steven anyway, so like so my response, right, and this is how I'm handling this from now on, all right? I've got like this is Irene Geller. This is my main, and this is my spicy account. No feelings check right here. No comment check, right? So, why? Did I get something wrong in my shitpost prophecy? Did you get Popsicles with Glenn Greenwald's Substack oomphy? So, I mean, like, this is absolutely true. You know, Jesse Singal is verifiably oomfies with Glenn Greenwald on Substack. Receipts, evidence, my butt, right? No, it's, but I mean, like, come on, you know, it's a shit post. What do you want from me? What do you actually want from me? That's my question, okay? I gotta know. So yeah, that's the central, yeah, say hello to my little friend. So that, yeah, this is the deal. This is my little friend, no feelings chick. Whenever I have to deal with fucking drama, I'm gonna deal with it through this account, right? Because I know that my main account, people want cozy, wholesome, solidarity vibes. People don't exactly want drama and fighting, although I'm sure it's gonna come to me anyway. I'll do my best to keep that off there and keep it on a no feelings check here, where all the drama lives, right? Anything spicy I've got to say, I'll post it over there. So it would behoove you then to maybe give this a follow too, if you want to keep up with that sort of thing, if that's in your interest. People, you know, everyone has a different, okay, where are we? We're looking for, okay, somewhere here. There it is. Okay. Finally. Okay, so that's the thread itself. Here we are. Here we are in the thread itself. Okay. You think women can't do anything? Meow. Popsicles are really good. Yeah. Oh, speaking of do anything, I need to like... Oh my god. Sorry, I forgot to put this up on Discord. Probably something I should do. I just, like, I wasn't gonna stream. I've been, like, getting shit together for, you know, future content. I'm trying to plan for, a video essay that I'm working on right now that I'm really excited about, and some other things, trying to keep just a different content flow. I feel like I'm streaming too much and I am posting too little videos. So, oh my god, we're gonna try to change that. What am I even doing here? Oh yeah, that's, I don't know how to use my own Discord here. Oh yeah. You want me to debate Destiny? Hi, best move. Is that my best move, though? Is that my best move? I gotta know. I gotta know. Is that my best move? To debate Destiny? Like, I've already talked to Destiny, and he didn't really engage with any of the points that I brought up. Why would I want to talk to him again? Now that he's got no clout, no maidens, and kind of like no reason to exist. Why would I, what, how is it like... Okay, anyway, wow, look at this, just all over here. Actually, this isn't bad. Now, like, listen, somebody, okay, look, there's 2 quote retweets, really? There's 2, maybe, I don't know, who are they? Is one of them me? Did I re-quote? No, okay, it's Vamps. Okay, so look, this one right here, I'm looking forward to when she tweets that DGG has harassed her. I joked about that. I joked about this exact tweet on my YouTube timeline. But, I mean, I don't know. I've had a lot worse harassment, I guess. I guess my skin is pretty thick. right? I mean, there's a lot of kind of angry comments, but I mean, like, I can handle angry comments, right? It hasn't gone past that so far. So yeah, I mean, like, I'm not claiming anything. Listen, I'm a woman in online spaces, all right? I know better than to claim any victimhood at all. I'm definitely not allowed to do that. Definitely nobody's been harassing me. This is fine. This is fine. So the fuck does this mean? I don't know. I feel like do they not have the capacity to, like, maybe I should have put spaces in between here? Maybe this is too wordy. This is too, the reading comprehension for DGG isn't exactly hella strong. Get it? Oh my god. Do you get it? It's not hella strong. It's not, I guess the person's name is okay. The person's name is hella strong. It's not hella strong. Okay, but and maybe it's like, I don't know, this is like more dramatic, right? You know, you just got to put yourself in here and be the Steven in my head. The bad Teaslers were super meanie butts to me, especially this Keffels person. This is like a younger Steve, because Steven's kind of acting sort of younger here, right? Steven's acting kind of immature, kind of silly, you know, right? Just like a little too serious about himself in a way that isn't maybe, you know, one would expect from you know, a child. And, you know, Jesse Singal's looking like, oh, it's okay, I'm gonna make it all right. So, I mean, I'm just looking at their faces, and I'm looking at the title, and I'm looking at, you know, the stuff that is given to me, right? I didn't go past this, so we will go past this after this. I will watch the video, because I know that Destiny's community is gonna be so mad if she didn't even watch the video. I'll watch your stupid video, Destiny, okay? I will watch your stupid video, okay? And you know, your journalist interview, because this is really great. A journalist interviewed you because you're so important, Steven. You're so important that journalist Jesse Singal wanted to interview you. That's what's happening here, right, buddy? Right? Is that what's happening here? Is that what's going on? Is that what we're dealing with? I think so, right? Okay, so yeah, there's Steven's post, like 571 to 7. Yeah, I didn't. Here's the deal, though. I don't think that Steven realizes this is who he's talking to. Steven, you fucking know me, bitch. Steven, you know me, okay? Like, he's not connecting Irene Geller with nocommentchick, right? But here I am. And, like, I don't know. What do you want me to say? Like, did I get my shit post wrong? Did I prophesize? Is that not what happened? Did you not get a hospital? It's definitely a schizo meltdown, chat. It's like, this is people's first go-to, right? The schizo meltdown. Sweet. A schizo meltdown. Okay, I get it. Peter Griffin, very funny stuff. Not unexpected from DGG. I'm sure they're big Family Guy fans, big Family Guy meme fans as well. Yeah, no being ableist to Steven. He's a little sensitive since the incident. Oh my god, see what I mean? She's spicy. So if you want to follow No Feelings Chick, this is just at nocommentchick. This is just like my vanilla right? You know? And Irene Geller is the sweetie version of the Moi Kyun version of myself. And this is No Feelings Chick, the, like, spicy lady that will fucking tear your, you know, let's not finish that sentence. Let's not finish the sentence of what No Feelings Chick will tear off of your lower abdomen. Anyway, geez. Yeah, do you not like popsicles? Well, I mean, I don't know. They don't like... Swag Granny. Okay, good Swag Granny. Okay. It's like what the fuck? I don't understand. How could she not like Destiny? Here's my good friend Gotax. I don't even get this. Is Gotax like a Dragon Ball Z character, or are they talking about Gotax, like the dude, the Poggers guy? I don't know. Why is Twitter being dominated? Oh my god, look at this. Why is Twitter being dominated? Ooh, baby. By bad faith trans... Don't you want to be dominated by a bad faith trans woman? Seriously, I don't know who you are, Brids, but I think most people enjoy that sort of thing. Where are all the trans men hiding? Okay, so you want to be dominated by a trans guy. That's kind of based. I can't... Yeah, so the answer is because we control destiny, of course. Just stop. You are a disservice to us non-deranged trans people. It's a Zonia alt confirmed right there, chat. That's not true. Don't harass anybody. I'm kidding about that. I don't think that's really Zonia. I don't really think... Like, I'm not saying that's Zonia. Oh my god, what are we doing? I think I have like the wrong, I gotta reload the chat. I gotta refresh the chat. The chat is not chatting. Properties. Refresh. But yeah, no, this is good stuff. This is really quality. This is a quality thread. They're not engaging. That's what I don't understand. They're bad faith. They're not morally consistent, and they're not engaging. This is very un-DGG, right? NCC Anon just showed up with their burner accounts. I don't know. I'm kind of kidding. I'm only half kidding. Is there anybody else on this thread? Oh no, Tornado! Tornado, did you actually respond to me? Oh shit, wait, this is about Vamps. Okay. Vamps is getting called a super meanie butt for chastising somebody for not working on their following account before they come over here to harass No Comment Chick. But what Vamps fails to understand is this is how the DGG-ites get their followers, right? Is by performatively outraging on some poor femoid such as myself, right? And then all the other DGGers will be like, based, and follow. That's how they get their followers. That's how they do. That's their meta. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm an impressively unfunny person, says the person getting 0 likes. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Cope. Oh my god. Fuck yes. Cope. She just like, she doesn't, you know, I just don't need to see. You absolutely definitely watch the video and know exactly what you're talking about. Do I have to? Am I not allowed to look at a thumbnail and a title, which are the two crucial they're the true crucial elements. If you know YouTube, if you understand YouTube, videos don't just like exist, okay? They have a core, they have a kernel, they have a germ, right? And that germ is usually contained in the title and or thumbnail. Now I know everybody thinks that we come after up with that stuff after the fact. I don't know. I think a better way to do it is before the fact, right? If you don't have a thumbnail, if you don't have a title, you kind of don't have a video. You definitely don't have eyes for it. So that's why, you know, you kind of come up with that first. And so it means a lot. It's like an OP. If you're an anime fan, which many Destinoids are, I'm told, it might not be true, but anyway, if you're an anime fan, you understand anime OPs are like kind of cool in their own right. Like they are important, they are crucial. You get the narrative and the symbolism a lot of times of the anime in that OP. So there's so much connected, there's so much contained in that little germ. I've given this comment entirely more, you know, thought than the person making it put into it, and then it deserves, but that's okay. I'll forgive myself. Oh shit. Wait, I used man. Oh wait, this person, look, they said, wait, what did they say? You definitely did watch the video, know exactly what you're talking about. And you aren't an absolute retrograde? I have faith in those facts. Wait, where did the man part come in? They didn't say man. Wait, I used man gender neutrally? Where did you, I don't get it. Did they think that they said man to me? Look at this. This is hilarious. So I think they meant to drop man in here somewhere. And they thought, like, the Tranoid will respond aggressively to the deployment of the strategic man in the you know, and get her triggered. Get her to, you want me to blow up on you and have some, like, you know, trans-based, you know, anger-fueled, like, rant, right? So you can say, oh, look, a schizo post. Use man generally neutral, gender neutral. I don't understand, really? Am I missing this? I can't believe that. Wow. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Bizarro. You didn't actually, like, you know, you didn't actually do anything shitty. But here's the deal. Here's what's funny about you, Bizarro. Okay. And this is not to send anybody hate. Hey, listen, none of these accounts do I want anybody to bother. Nobody go harass them. Nobody go make fun of, you know what I mean? Like, just don't do that. Like, I'm not asking for that. I don't want that. That would make me very sad. Okay, so don't do that, right? I'm not that kind of person. I'm not that kind of streamer. You're not that kind of audience, right? We're better than that, okay? So we don't need to do that, right? That shit's cope. And we have no need for cope here. But, like, here's what's funny about you, Bizarro. Just coming from humor standpoint and not a mean standpoint, not a dunking standpoint, not an angry standpoint. Okay, just so you understand, right? I'm not an angry trans woman. I know that's a sin, okay, and I'm not committing that sin. Okay, so just recognize, okay? But I think you want me to be mad at you. for using the word man. I think you're fucking trolling me. And I just find it funny. That's all. I just find it funny. Not aggressively funny, but funny, you know? Funny. Not funny haha, but I don't know. Some kind of funny. Whoa, does some more stuff get deleted? Maybe it did. Somebody on here had misgendered me, but I don't know. Maybe they think nocommentchick is a he. I don't know. See, look, I'm so forgiving. I'm sure I'm being good faith here. I'm sure it was meant in the best way. I'm sure it wasn't, you know, purposeful anti-trans hate. That's not what I'm claiming, and that's not what I said. So don't try to put that on me, because I know you love this shit. You love to feel like the victim. You love to feel like I'm woke scolding you, okay? And like, look, when the time's right, I will woke scold you. I've got no problem with that. But I don't know, right now I'm just kind of laughing. I just find you funny. And I mean, even if you find me aggressively unfunny, that's okay. I still love you. And I would still buy you a popsicle, okay? I would definitely buy you a popsicle. Seriously, like... Dude, when people fuck with vamps on threads, they get vamped. I don't know if they know this, but that's where they're headed. That's what's happening. That's the meta. You get vamped. And there's like nothing you can do about it, right? Weird. Okay, I don't know. Maybe some people had some second thoughts on some of the things they posted and stuff got deleted. That's okay. That's okay. I never understand Twitter. Like, why did Bizarro stuff get, like, pushed to the bottom? Like, I don't know. Like, Bizarro was just, you know, just calling me a fucking retrograde. That's all. I'm just a fucking retrograde. I'm a fucking retrograde. Is that a DGG insult? Chat, have you ever been called a fucking retrograde? Chazardust, how's it going? SMH on that head tweet. Hey, Ghastly. Meow, meow, meow. Hey everybody, sorry for not letting you know like about my streaming schedule. I've got it up on Twitch right now, so if you look on my Twitch account, you'll see a streaming schedule. I'm not sure, oh god, I gotta figure out like Twitch and YouTube, but right now we're thinking those are gonna be YouTube streams for now, right? We're gonna concentrate on YouTube, since that's where everything's seeming to go, like, right? It's you know, everybody's concentrating on YouTube, so why shouldn't we? Yeah, but I will try to be over there on Twitch, because, you know, I don't know, Twitch is where I started, and I still love the people over there, even if some of the people have got some weird fucking ideas about me. Am I okay as far as volume goes? I'm high enough over the whatever the hell this is. What am I even listening to here? This is, I mean, I like this. I like this. There we go. Just turn it down a little bit. Yeah, I mean... I've been noticing a little bit of NCC anon kind of stuff, right? And it's always by people that haven't actually interacted with the situation. They're hearing this secondhand. They're friends with somebody who says, no, just trust me, Irene's like a bad person. And so they make a thread. Hey, did you know that Irene's a fucking bad person? Did you know that you just lost followers from that thread? Did you know that you just gained me followers from that thread? Do you know that I wasn't fucking born yesterday and I know how to handle my shit on the internet, including drama, so that if you're gonna throw drama at me, don't be surprised if it slaps back and hits you in the face, right? You hate to see it though, because like some of these people aren't bad people. They're just kind of friends with some sussy bakas, and they're the kind of people that would do anything for their friend, and they don't want to think about the fact that their friend might be a creep, might be a bit of a creep, right? But I don't know. Mercury is about to be... Yo, Mercury is always in retrograde. Yo, Mercury, why are you always in retrograde? Why are you always in retrograde, Mercury? What is up with that? Is it just me, or is Mercury fucking always... Sorry. Oh my god. Don't say cuss words. You gotta be nice and not get demonetized. But seriously, why is Mercury like just always in retrograde? Anyway, what are we doing now? I guess we're gonna go here. Let me talk to chat. I never got to talk to you, chat. I'm gonna find the video that we're gonna be watching. Okay, first, Destiny. Oh god, I'm so done. I'm so over Destiny, right? Like, he just like, there's just nothing there for me to like really give a fuck about. But since it came up, and since Destiny wanted to confront me on this. That's not it. Oh my god, that's not it. Oh fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where is this? Where is this? There it is. Okay, there it is. I'll be honest. All right, here we go. Let's turn this up. So listen, I would be remiss if after making my shitpost prophecy, I didn't go... I'll be
honest.
Like, I just want to know, am I correct? Am I morally correct? Am I always morally correct? Is that the meta that we're dealing with right now? Is that the meta? Is that the new meta? Always morally correct, girl? How are you doing, chat? I realized that I always forget to give you time to talk. Like, I'll be like, hey, chat, how you doing? And if you don't answer in like 1 second, I'm all like, okay, on to the next thing, right? But yeah, I just... do I have my water? Yes, I do. That is the meta. Yeah, the meta's like a few seconds behind, so I'm gonna give the meta a chance to catch up. I feel like there's like more lag on YouTube streams than there used to be, but that's okay. I understand. But yeah, I just wanted to let you know I've done a little bit of planning. And yeah, I never get to do that, right? I'm always like flying by the edge of my pants. What is that phrase? Edge of my seat? Flying by the seat of my pants? What the fuck is that? Why is that a saying? Anyway, it doesn't make sense, but it's a saying, and I guess that's what people say. So I'm going to speak English. I'm going to use the idiomatic, you know, shorthand, just like everybody else. What is retrograde? I'm talking about Brondo, the thirst mutilator. Oh my god, it's what planets crave. I mean, like, my planet is always craving some Brondo. Brondo on ice, actually, is my favorite. Brondo on ice with, like, a little bit of... Look, I usually don't like gin, but it goes really good with Brondo. It goes really... Gin and Brondo are good together. I can appreciate that. But yeah, so here's what I'm, anyway, I probably should like open this up. Let's, let me open this up so I know exactly what I'm talking about, because I did some work on this. All right, so here's my goals from now on, okay? Every month, I want to get one video essay done. And I know I've been talking about video essays for a long time, and I've been meaning to, you know, I've got several in the works, but I never realized how much time that kind of takes to do it right. Even just the writing is a lot, and then you want to record it, you want to get it recorded well, and then trying to edit it down and make it flow and everything like that. But I want to do one a month. Let's set my goal low, one video essay a month, right? Maybe that isn't low. Retrograde means backwards, at least in music theory. Oh, wait, so like a backwards melody or a backwards counterpoint or something like that, right? Okay, so as far as streams, in the past, I've done them almost every day. I feel like, given people's like lifestyles now, and the fact that, you know, at least in the US, people are starting to sort of not get back to normal, but at least, you know, be out of the house more often. I think that's 3 streams a week. The other thing about streaming is it does take a lot out of me, and it makes it harder for me to get other stuff done. So I've got to reduce this down to 3. So that kind of sucks, but don't worry, because check this out. That's 3 YouTube streams. The streams will, I'm planning on starting them at 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, right? 11 o'clock Pacific, and there'll also be some Twitch streams too, because I want to keep up on Twitch, and I'll use that for, I guess, I don't know, video gaming, or if there's content that I don't finish on YouTube, right? I want to do one commentary video a week, right? So what do I do? Commentary every day, right? How's this different? Well, this would be like a video where it's not like a react, right? It is just a commentary, and it is over something that's nice to look at, right? So either video game footage, or like a pretty scene of like a bridge at night with water splishing and splashing. I don't know, chat. Just something nice, something pretty, right? Don't worry, I'll make it look good, okay? So one commentary video a week where I get down and get deep into a certain issue, because I kind of don't get to do that with React content. I'm always like, okay, somebody says something, I react. Somebody says something, I react. I want to kind of be able to give you the kind of analysis where it's like I've watched the things, I've reacted, and now I want to tell you like what I really think, right? Because I never get to do that, and I feel like that's should be part of the equation, at least one a week, right? Stream videos, like I haven't been great about these, but I want to give you 3 of those a week. So, I'll do 3 streams a week. There'll be 3 stream videos a week. Those will be segments from the stream. So say that I talk about Xander Hall, Bad Empanada, and Vosh, it'd be like, Xander Hall from that stream, and then the next day I talk about like let's say Lindsay Ellis pops back up, I watch her video, I watch Samantha Lux, I watch something else, right? Then the Lindsay Ellis video becomes a segment. It's just kind of like the best of, right? And these are the videos that these are most of my videos, right? Are like that exact thing. They're a segment from a stream that it's about 2 hours at most, like 45 minutes at least, that kind of thing, right? So those are your stream videos, right? Shorts. Oh my God, I gotta get better at this, but I want to do 5 of these a week, right? Because like I want to be able to experiment and see what works on shorts and what doesn't work on shorts. I'm a little bit surprised because some of the things I didn't think would take off do take off, and then some of the things that I thought would be obvious on shorts like didn't. So I'm not sure I exactly understand how shorts work, but the only way I can understand that is to do more of them. And those are those little drama in a nutshell. They're like 1 minute is what you're limited to on YouTube as far as shorts. So it is a description of an event, of an issue, with some humor added and some personality, right? It's just a way to get myself out there as a streamer, as a presenter, into the broader like public, right? Into the broader discourse, right? And then clips. This is the one thing that I haven't been good at, like I've been worse at, right? I want to do 20 clips a week, right? And I mean, I'm just talking about like little, 40-second, 20-second, minute and a half clips, right? I feel like those are pretty easy for me to make. And those are the only way that people get what I do in a digestible form. So those are going to go on Twitter, and they're also going to go on my YouTube's clip channel. If you're not following it, it should come by in the timer. Like it should pop up. Wait, where it says that somewhere. The one that's like drama or something like that, right? That's my my second YouTube channel, which is for clips and stuff like that. And there's some spicy videos on there for sure. It was initially intended as like a spicy channel, but it sort of makes more sense now as no comment clips. So that is how things are changing slightly. I also want to reorient in terms of being able to talk more about issues and maybe shift away from personalities, just because so many of those personalities, so many of those like debate bro, communities, it's just toxic shit. And I frankly don't need it. I will continue to comment. I do think it's important to offer commentary on this kind of public discourse. I do feel like I've got special insight into this little area of the online space, and that that people are interested in that. For instance, how did Twitch go from being fairly left-wing in in like 2016, 2018? How did it go from being 2019 is really what I can speak to, since that's like the earliest I was streaming, right? How did it go from being just an outgrowth of BreadTube kind of to being what it is now, which is like a race to the bottom as far as platforming extreme right wingers, as far as platforming like people like Mr. Girl, right? It's gotten worse and worse, and like I was there, I saw it go down, I got hit by that shrapnel, right? Like my channel in some ways was a casualty of the right-wing onslaught on Twitch. And at the time, my lefty friends were not supporting me because they cared too much about what kind of clout that they could get from centrist, libs, and right-wingers than actually having any kind of solidarity, right? And that's sort of the failure. That is why the butter horse tube, bread tube component of Twitch has failed, right? And it's just a mess now. It's a bunch of fractured communities that all think that there's something about the other communities that they just can't stand, that they just can't work with, and they need to be working together. But they're not. So anyway, the best clout is friendship and solidarity. True. So let's get to this Destiny video that I promised I'd watch, okay? And we are only on Twitch right now because I don't want to watch it on, or sorry, not on Twitch, on YouTube, right? Because Destiny is banned, and apparently, wait, okay, so does anybody know, maybe somebody in chat knows this, all right, Chud Logic was banned earlier this week, maybe yesterday or something like that, right? I'm not sure why it was. It says assisting ban evasion. So I'm guessing that was Chud Logic watching a banned streamer, watching Destiny, watching Mr. Girl, something like that, right? Seat of the pants is a weird saying. Actually, most sayings are weird. How can a bird in the hand be worth two in the bush? Sounds like TOS. Oh my God, it could be.
I'll be honest, because you open with that one story, I immediately, even in my head, I can't help it because I'm so inundated with social media. I thought it was going to be a very negative piece about how so many children shouldn't be going trans. But I read the entirety of your piece, and
the sports stuff you got in trouble for is a really good example, where the average person, including the average liberal.
Yes. And then they're going to look at like the left. That's unfortunately the communications are dominated by the far left. And they're saying things like, well, I don't know if we need women's sports, or, you know, is it really that big of a difference between men and women competing? Or right. And they're gonna be like, well, hold on, you guys are fucking crazy. And then you automatically cede so much ground to the right just because you don't want to acknowledge like some maybe a kind of uncomfortable truths about like what is real, like descriptively, that, yeah, oh God, it drives me crazy.
I want to.
So just a little background. Who is Jesse Singal? Jesse Singal is former journalist, I believe, for the same Seattle paper that Katie Herzog and Dan Savage worked for, right? And this was kind of a notorious little publication, right? I did my undergrad in Seattle, right? Actually, really close to where the Chaz ended up being, right? And so I know a little about this paper, and it's interesting because it's got like, there's like a particular flavor of lefty that pervades that staff, right? It's like the one thread that like kind of ties them together is Foucault, right? And if like it's not bad to read any theorist, right? It's not like Foucault's an important fucking thinker and you should grapple with Foucault's ideas just like anyone else's, right? But people that just like are just like, you know, get wet for Foucault, I mean, that's very sus. That's very sus to me, right? If your favorite, you know, like, I don't know, there's certain theorists that like, you know, like it's just like red flags because I've seen it too often. And what the red flag that Foucault often portends is that the person is a leftist with a big fat asterisk on that. And what that asterisk means can be different things. But in Jesse Singal's case and Katie Herzog's case, and actually Dan Savage's case, if you know a little bit about his history, right? It's kind of like a slight prejudice against trans people, a slight obsession with the idea that maybe trans medicine is too available, that maybe the problem with it is that it's getting to too many people and that it's somehow forced on them, and that, like, you know, the doctors who offer trans people medical care are somehow assisting in some sort of self-harm. So you can see, I've read all of Foucault, City of Courts. I've read all of Theory, actually. Have you read Foucault? I feel like, wait, have I ever read a book of his? I think I only really have read like sections, right? But yeah, no, I should read it to make sure that maybe I'll read it and I'll be like, you know what? Actually, Actually, Jesse Singal had a voice. No, just kidding. I don't know. I honestly think with Foucault, it's more about the people that have gravitated towards that particular fandom rather than, I mean, there's some issues with Foucault too. There are actually some issues with Foucault. A lot of people say that Foucault like had, and I actually don't know. This is the part actually I don't know. Is like his application to the grand narratives, as they say, right? He was a lefty, but a lefty that is associated with an embrace of neoliberalism, I guess. I don't know, have to look more into that. But yeah, Foucault talks about the panopticon. Foucault talks about madness and civilization. Foucault talks about sexuality. Yeah, Foucault was a gay man. I believe he actually died of AIDS during the AIDS crisis. Am I wrong about that, chat? I could be wrong. Started book for Foucault is Discipline and Punishment. Have I read anything out of that? Maybe not. He is a lefty. Neoliberalism, I don't know. See, that, like I'm saying, that's my blind spot, is how Foucault connects to the larger picture of grand narratives, right? Like Marxism being one of them, right? I just know what people's general impression, you know, kind of him is, and then the stuff that I've actually read of his has been from Madness and Civilization and stuff like that, right?
Say you're just as like a shut-in who was bullied, I'm sure. And
I love that we're talking about Foucault and like I'm about to watch Destiny, but I don't know, like this is it's a weird thing because it's like a little it's just a thread that connects a lot of different people at The Stranger, right? And with Singal and Herzog in particular, like they've taken this, you know, they've staked out territory. Their lane is kind of a reactionary left lane, right? And particularly towards trans people, right? So a lot of trans people have problems with them, which, you know, if you know what Destiny's about right now, it makes perfect sense that he would get, he would bring in Singal.
And then use.
See, he hates grand narratives. That's the thing. And some people say that makes him vulnerable to being co-opted, right? By that it's, I don't know. I don't want to get too into Foucault's. Oh, if we that sounds like a great thing to do, like a subs only stream about, like, you know, Foucault and ideology.
Social justice stuff to start bullying other people.
Oh no! Yeah, I know him. He got in big trouble over the BLM riot stuff. Yeah, he got fired. I've said that exact quote.
Yeah, post-structuralist.
So many times.
No, I did not.
No, I know. I'm joking, but like, there are so many parts of the Trump presidency that if you. Do you want to introduce yourself so people know who I'm talking to?
Yeah, my name's Jesse Singal. I'm a journalist. I've written about a lot of stuff. I worked at New York Magazine for a while. I have
so it's Singal. I was always pronouncing it with like Singal. It's Singal. Jesse Singal.
Book out called The Quick Fix: Why Fat
See, I was totally wrong about
social ills, and a lot of what
I was totally wrong about this guy.
Debunking bad or questionable social science, and some of that has veered over into the debate over trans kids. Mm-hmm. And I was alerted to the fact that you read my article on your stream, which I appreciated. Because
now, as far as social science goes, I'm guessing isn't he one of these people that talks about the the replicability problem? If I remember correctly, he's one of these people that's like super suspicious of the social science of the soft sciences, as they say, right? And thinks that they're basically subjective garbage.
Obviously.
Hey, Pepe.
Probably
love
more
yourself
than I would
for who
like
you
that
are.
article. To some people, has sort of come to define me, and is like seen as super controversial. But I don't think most of the people who read it.
This is just like Destiny. Like, people think it's super controversial, but I'm just speaking common sense. Yeah, you're just speaking the view from nowhere.
Find it that controversial, but I'm happy to go any direction you want with this whole topic.
Just like Steven. Just like Steven, this guy kind of monetizes the ignorance out there on issues like trans issues.
Is this like your largest like public, I guess, like notoriety that you've gotten for doing any particular article? Like, have you ever had anything kind of like go viral or whatever like this article has? Or
No.
I feel like this is the beginning of We're Number One. Do you know what I'm talking about, chat? We're Number One, the Lazy Town song by Robbie Rotten, when he recruits a whole bunch of Robbie Rottens in order to help him catch Sporticus, because, you know, he's just like, he's got to catch Sporticus, I guess. God, I don't want to have to explain his motivation. He's okay. Let me really quick. Robbie Rotten lives underground. Okay, kids in Lazy Town, they play above the ground. When they play above the ground, it's very noisy. Robbie Rotten doesn't like the noise, so Robbie Rotten is always trying to get the kids of Lazy Town to do more sedentary activities. Whereas Sporticus is a athlete that jumps out of a blimp every day and does like cartwheels and shit like that. And he wants the kids to be very active and to eat healthy and to live, you know, their best life, right? And Robbie Rotten's just trying to trick them into you know, being quiet, basically. Right? So he's gonna catch Sporticus because Sporticus is making the kids active, right? And the We're Number One song, he's got like 3 other Robbie Rottens, and he's like, yo, first, before we start, have any of you ever, like, you know, caught like a superhero before? Have you ever, you know, like, and they're like, you know, kind of oh my god, I'm explaining fucking a meme, okay? But that's the meme. That's the meme.
Oh, I think it's like the article I'm known most for, and it's sort of, it probably launched certain aspects of
We're
my
number one.
career. Like, I sort of hate the term
We're number
heterodox
one.
thinker. Like, I want to do the jerk off motion whenever I say it, but
So what he's saying is that he monetized the perception that he was an enemy of social justice, right?
I think that's what landed me in that space. And yeah, I think if there's any one article I'm known for, it's that one, which is unfortunate. I'd rather be known for my book or for some of the other stuff I wrote, but that's what it is because it's such a hot subject.
Mm-hmm. Have you
well, I mean, I'd love him to get into like that other stuff, because like I actually don't know much about his other takes on things other than that like replicability concern he brought up.
I'm just kind of interested because I've done streaming for 12 years now, and I'm very familiar with how these landscapes kind of evolve over time. But yeah. I'm kind of curious if, because you're somebody that comes from, I imagine, did you go to school for journalism or anything? Or have you always been doing like journalist type work?
I've always been doing it. My degrees are in philosophy, and then I did like a master's in public policy, so I could be better at the stat stuff. But yeah, always on that general track.
Gotcha.
Oh my God. Okay.
So it's interesting to me because the way that like,
yeah, he offered to speak with me because he's so considerate. Steven's very kind and very considerate. He actually offered to buy me a popsicle. But the thing is, like, the place that I live, it's still cold, so I couldn't take him up on that because the popsicle would hurt my teeth. You know, it's too cold for popsicles. Like, why did I reject him? Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm Demi, right? I'm very picky. I have to know somebody, right? And I don't really know Steven that well. So, oh, you mean for the debate? Okay, I'm sorry. Whoa, okay. Yeah. Why did I reject him? Because I know what he does with that stuff, and I'm not interested in turning issues of my existence into drama, right? If I talk to Steven about this would basically become internet drama, and for me, it's not drama, it's really fucking serious. This is, you know, a time when a lot of our rights are on the line for people... For pregnant people, for trans people right now, the Supreme Court has just knocked down the privacy clause, which was the only thing holding up what I consider to be human rights. And I think that kind of flirting with these ideas, like Jesse's idea that, you know, maybe we're over medicating for transgender, right? You know, like maybe people are being pushed into it. Like, listen, I wasn't fucking pushed to it. I was gate kept from it, right? It like I had to push for it. It's not something that they just push on you. It's not something that they're, you know, foisting on you that you don't want. It's you know, actually trans healthcare is really hard to access for a lot of people, right? So Jesse's take is, I would say, deleterious to my community. And if I were to go on with Steven and turn this into like a he said, she said, then I think that the seriousness of that situation might get lost. That would be what I'm afraid of, right? But I don't hate anybody. Just so everybody, if anybody's in here from Destiny's community, you know, I like to joke, I like to shitpost. I don't hate anybody, right? I've had decent conversations with Steven before. I don't like the tack that he's taken recently. I think I think he's letting his anger stay in the driver's seat. And it's been happening ever since the Demon Mama debate. I feel like he really fell off with that Demon Mama debate, right? And granted, he's not somebody who I ideologically have a lot in common with. But at least before that, he was somebody that I you know, I mean, I brought him on my stream, right? You know, with Merrick and Scrub King, right? Because I was like, okay, what do you want to say? And what he had to say was Demon Mama might be subhuman, right? And I'm just like, I'm not trying to hear that. I've got my problems with Demon Mama. I recognize she's an imperfect person, but Steven's an imperfect person too. And part of the reason his community likes him so much is those imperfections. He's like a Greek god in the way that he's very capricious, very, you know, right? He's like Zeus or Hera or something, right? He's one of those gods, right? And Demon Mama is too, right? And so if they're going to play that game of being like, you know, wrestling characters who shift from heel to face, then I mean that's on them. But for Destiny to turn around and say that Demon Mama is somehow like the worst example of a debate streamer, that just seems weird to me. Oh my god, thank you, Ninetails and Headkittens. Thank you for continuing your membership. Rawr! You're a I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm probably gonna mispronounce that if I try, but that word, yeah.
Media gets, I guess, like disseminated. The way that all the messages flow through social media is incredibly interesting.
Just have like a challenging conversation. See, here's the deal. I don't trust Steven to just have a conversation with me, right? And after what happened with Dylan, I don't trust any of these debate bros. Like, my conversation with Dylan was about trans rights, was about platforming, right? These are issues that Dylan, after the fact, acknowledged. He said, in fact, he's talking a lot now about his problem with his own platforming, right? So Dylan basically all but said NCC's right. And yet he changed the subject. He made you think it was about Demon Mama's pronouns, or it's about, I don't know, like his, what somebody in my chat might have said about like his ex when they were trying to figure out what pronouns to use for his ex, right? He had a problem with that. But you know, because he's got a bigger megaphone, he's able to just like drive home a narrative of pure bullshit and win with that. So I'm not interested in that. I got victimized by that, right? And if I'm going to come on and have a conversation with somebody in this sphere, I've got to know that it's not a setup. I've got to know that they actually care about the truth. I've got to know that they're not going to cope when I put their nose in the fucking dirt like I did with Dylan. Because that's what happened. He came on my stream completely unprepared. Intellectually, you know, just as far as keeping up with the current political trends. He was like, Nazgul Vortex, what the fuck is that? Oh my gosh, well, that sounds like a pretty niche issue. Do you think it's a fucking niche issue now? Do you think that it's a niche issue, or do you think that there is a real danger of the populist right emerging? That is what I was fucking talking about. I was right on every single bit of the substance of that issue, and I got punished. I got punished for the fact that my debate opponent was just unprepared, that the people on that panel did not belong on a panel about platforming, did not, maybe with the exception of Kevin Logan, did not really understand the issue, right? So, you know, once bitten, twice shy, I guess. Like, right? I've got no interest in having important issues get turned into internet drama. You're like Demon Mama? Wait, how are you like Demon Mama? Oh, because you're imperfect? Well, we're all imperfect. Yeah, that's what's so beautiful. Let's get back to the Steven's video.
To where, and I'm sure you've noticed this if you haven't already, the vast majority, when I say vast majority, like 95% of the people that are going to be critiquing you for things that you've written probably haven't read more than a 1 or 2 sentence
excerpt. It's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I actually, the newly zombified version of Gawker just published something yesterday where they the other thing I should have mentioned is I co-host a podcast with Katie Herzog, Blocked and Reported. That's my main gig. They just published something where they just sort of lied about what I said, and they won't correct it. And there's this weird
it's like poor Jesse. He's a real trans ally. He just gets mischaracterized.
dynamic that I'm sure you've experienced. So I'm not on Twitch. I don't do streams, but I'm mostly on Twitter. It's probably true that 90% of the people who yell at you on Twitter are mad at like a ghost version of you or your work that does not bear any resemblance to what you've read. And I'd imagine, my sense is you're enmeshed in these sort of like lefty YouTube and Twitch community.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong about Twitter. Twitter does kind of get a lot of stuff gets decontextualized. Well, why is my shit so?
That are
why is that rain noise so loud?
And dysfunctional. And my sense is there's a lot of that going on where you are too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not even like a ghost version of what you're saying. It's a carefully constructed version by the people that are taking you in the worst ways possible.
Yeah.
And it's so incredibly frustrating because you end up.
You're like watching Demon Mama. Yeah.
There's like a million different ways you can go from here. I'm trying to keep the conversation focused because I want to have another conversation about how annoying the media landscape has become for everything.
Well, let me just give a quick example. I don't want to talk over you, but when I was trying to research you, I was trying to figure out why you got banned from Twitch, and I quickly came across a viral tweet saying that you mocked a woman for her bottom surgery. And it was linked to a video clip. I watched that one. I watched the next one. It just didn't.
Wait.
They said happened in the click they were linking to did not happen.
Yeah, and I would never do this.
Wait, okay, so here's the deal. Actually, as far as Destiny's ban, I'm not super clear on the reason for that. I know it was around the time of the Cuffles thing, but I don't know, like, have we ever gotten confirmation on what exactly the ban was for? Because I'm not sure we have. My understanding was that Cuffles made a tweet, like, kind of jokingly suggesting that she was responsible for the ban, but then when asked about it, said that that was a shitpost, that was a joke, that, like, you know, in reality, she didn't know why Steven got banned, and why would she, right? She's not the one getting the, you know, correspondence with Twitch. Steven would be, and I don't think he's shown anything, you know, I don't know if you always find out why you get banned. No one knows why he was banned, so we're still dealing with a little bit of a unknown.
It's like, if you can afford bottom surgery, that's awesome. That's amazing. There's like almost no trans people that have the ability to actually, and bottom surgery's come a long way in terms of what doctors are able to do. So yeah, it's just it's so incredibly frustrating because.
Wait, was Steven, like, calling Cuffles bougie for having had bottom surgery? Listen, I mean, like, yes, bottom surgery is extremely expensive. That's why for most people, it really depends on your insurance. Meaning that if you or your parent or your significant other have really good insurance that covers that, you'll get it. If you or your family who are willing to pay for it, who are supportive, and that's a big if, right, with trans people, you know, just have a shit ton of money laying around. Maybe you could afford it, you know, paying for it yourself, but most people are getting it through insurance, right? So it's not exactly a sign that somebody is wealthy, that they have had bottom surgery. It is more easily accessed with greater wealth, but it's not a one-to-one relationship. Like I said, it has more to do with the insurance that you have. Okay, Keffels was taking credit for it, but she also said that she was joking. Like, she also, like, that was like a meme, bruh. That was a meme.
Got into
memes
debating, I guess.
Why do I say that like Bob Dylan? I don't know.
Politics. Back in 2016, nobody was really doing politics on Twitch. And I kind of wanted to, with Trump and everything, I was like,
no idea.
There's a lot of public conversations about stuff that are so bad. Maybe I can, you know, come in and have better conversations. That was in my naivety, I believed that.
Come in having better conversations, they said. It'll be fine, they said.
But it's so annoying because, like, there are so few good conversations happening in regards to, like, anything political, because all of the
with the ratio stuff,
conversations are just between, like, people and then the worst strawman versions of what other people are saying.
Obama.
So, like, even if
Obama. Yeah, like, look, I mean, I mean, it's Twitter bullshit, right? You know, the ratio thing, it's Twitter bullshit, right? And like the only thing that's good about it is that it is a way for trans people to kind of show solidarity, to take some dignity back, and to post our wins, right? So in that, like, critical support, but I mean, I feel you that like the ratio itself is like, you know, just another outgrowth of social media spectacle culture, right? If that's what you're saying.
Is some behavior, because I am far from perfect, and depending on how much
we're all far from perfect, Steven.
Like,
especially NCC, right? Have you heard of me? Have you heard how bad I am?
I'm not so delusional.
Hey,
about
since we got some DGGers in chat, how bad am I? Like, right? What kind of sussy baka are you hanging? Because I know y'all will hang out with some sussy baka. So the fact that you're in here doesn't necessarily mean you have a great opinion of me, right? You'll still hang out in Mr. Girl stream. So, you know, like that's
Ever made a mistake, or I haven't said dumb things, or even had bad positions. I absolutely have in the past.
I know.
But I don't even really get to honestly engage with those conversations, because it's more just like, why are you the most Nazi-fied, fascist, hateful trans?
All I know is that supposedly Samantha Banana had a war room against me, right?
Phobic piece of shit. And it's like, okay, well, I don't think I'm any of those things. So the conversations are so bad.
And a lot of those lefties that turned on me, they were probably posted up in that war room as objectives, right? You just get Samantha, you know, comes up with the people they need to flip, and then reaches out to the people that have left-wing credibility and has them do the job. And let me tell you, like, working with Samantha Banana, working with Zonia, that's a great way to lose your left-wing credibility. And everybody who's got those fingerprints on them, like, we've got receipts, right?
I read there were 2 articles that were
I don't think even Destiny likes Samantha, right?
Posted in
nobody. I don't think even Samantha likes
yours.
Samantha.
Oh, I should have had these links handy, but I'm sure you've seen some of like the written replies to stuff you've done. But man.
Yeah. I don't think Lauren Southern likes Samantha.
Up some impressive corrections from like Slate, and there's some outlets will actually correct shit when you're just like, I never said that anywhere, but a lot of them won't, and it's frustrating. And like you're saying, there's a lot of shit we should be talking about. Like I think, like I'm generally pro youth transition, in that I think some kids should get access to blockers and hormones, but it's like it's a pretty big deal. Like, it's a big decision, and to treat it as anything but that, you're sort of, it's like a pretty shallow form of allyship to say like, no, don't worry about it, the treatments are fine, the treatments are safe, we know that. It's like you're not actually helping.
Listen, if anybody knows about shallow forms of allyship, it's this guy, right? Because what he's saying, this is a concern troll, right? This is a concern troll. What he's saying is that he's just worried about the children. Like, right, it's a big decision. Are you sure you're ready to make that decision yet? Maybe you should just wait till you're 18. Hey, listen, there are very different medical outcomes for people who make that decision at age 18 versus people who make that decision at age 14, okay? And what we're talking about is permanent changes that happen to your body if you don't get hormone blockers, right? So as far as, like, it's a pretty big decision, cautioning people on trans kids is a way to make a permanent decision, whereas allowing, you know, kids that want them, whose parents are, you know, like, I mean, it's still not easy, like, to get this medicine for a lot of people. And like I said, it's gatekept by, like, you know, how's your family's insurance, how's your family's wealth, right? There's like some gatekeeping to that. But, you know, like, listen, if somebody thinks that they want to transition and they get puberty blockers, and then they get to age 18 and they say, you know what? Turns out I was wrong. I don't want to transition. Guess what happens? They go off the puberty blockers and shit pretty much goes back to normal. Now, alternate scenario, somebody who does want to transition is forced to experience puberty as their birth sex. That doesn't change. Stuff happens to your voice that doesn't get changed back. Stuff happens to your body structure that doesn't get changed back. There's a huge fucking difference, and you can't undo it, right? So if you're gonna, you know, if you're gonna encourage caution, the caution is to allow trans kids the medicine the medicine that they seek, right? That's, you know, and, you know, yeah, like you said, if somebody changes their mind later on, they have every opportunity to do that, right? The thing that can't be changed is going through, puberty as without the puberty blockers. So yeah, that's what we're dealing with. That's why even though, like, I will grant that from what Jesse is saying, he is not like Steven Crowder. Who's that other guy? The guy with the beard. Who's that one dude? Oh my God, what's the dude's name? Walsh. What's his name? Walsh. What the fuck is this fucker's name? He's not like one of those dudes, is what I'm saying. He's not like completely fucking anti-trans, but is it Matt Walsh? Yeah, he's not Matt Walsh, right? I'll grant that. I would have never said any different. But like, this take that he's having is almost more dangerous because it sounds more accepting. It sounds like he's on trans people's sides here, and he's absolutely not. And that's why he's hated in the trans community, because he's very much not on our side, and he's very much not helping
anybody.
Matt
and what
Walsh.
I found most frustrating is that the people who misrepresent me, I always ask them, what is it exactly you disagree with me? Like, leak me the
mistake.
fucking screenshot.
Big
yeah, exactly.
mistake.
Yes.
It's not about your exact thing. It's the overall tone and just like everything you stand. Like, you'll never get a link to that ever. Yeah.
Well, it's because you know who else asked for evidence is Hitler. Constant Hitler move. No, it's just I come from like a very naive fucking philosophy major background where I'm like, I know this sounds incredibly naive, but I honestly think the shrieking banshees on Twitter, if I was at a bar with them and bought them a beer and was like, let's talk about the disagreement, it would not be a very exciting conversation. It would, like, a lot of the disagreement is...
Chat, what do you think would happen if I brought like NCC-anons to a bar with me? Do you think we'd walk out of there as friends? Or do you think that they'd get like... Do you think that they might get to know my knee really intimately?
In the weeds over pretty subtle
I'm just
issues,
I'm just curious. What do you think? What would happen? That's probably a bad idea. I probably shouldn't do it.
And we have this weird spectator sport on Twitter that's really like professional wrestling more than anything. It's not actual discourse.
Yeah. And I agree with you, and I do have, because I talk to so many people, I do get the lived experience.
Professional wrestling, you say? Well, I am from Twitch, so I know all about that meta.
Like, well, what is it like to
unfortunately
actually talk to the people that disagree with you? And it is like that. It's almost every time it's really boring. Generally, for my conversations, it boils down to, okay, Destiny, I'll say Steven is my name, but online I'm Destiny, right? But it'll be like, okay, Destiny.
Stephen Kenneth, Destiny.
I agree with every single thing you said, but you were kind of mean when you said it, which is like, okay,
exactly.
That's fair. Yeah, I am kind of an asshole sometimes, but like, I'm not a transphobic, homophobic, misogynistic, Nazi, fascist monster, right? There's a difference.
I saw this happening to you because you were accused of harassment.
You may not be those things, but you can still do harm, Steven, right? You may not be those things, but you can still do harm, because what you do is you monetize people's ignorance. What you would probably call conventional wisdom, right? That's actually ignorance. If it's uninformed conventional wisdom, that is potential bullshit, right? And I feel like because of your ability to grasp a lot of concepts that most people have trouble with, your ability to learn about things from various fields and disciplines, right? Maybe you're just overestimating what you know and understand about this particular issue. Maybe your view is a little bit informed by that common sense that is actually not our friend at all.
Asking someone. The other way they'll distract from like saying their actual disagreement is like, well, you quote retweeted someone, and then people were mad at them, so you launched a pile-on. It's just the rule. But then if they quote retweet you and people yell at you, that's not.
Yeah.
It's just it's
But if you quote retweet a trans person, Matt Walsh, you're gonna send. And this is because of the kind of rhetoric you've used and the people that it attracts and the kind of folk hero you've become to people that have, at the very least, some serious antipathy towards trans people, right? So your quote retweet's going to send a different kind of hate their way, right?
It's Calvin Ball. There's no actual rules. All they're doing is trying to figure out a way to not.
Wait,
have
is that a Calvin and Hobbes reference?
And to not treat you as like a potentially flawed human being, but a human being, not just the avatar.
Wait, I mean, that's Twitch politics in a nutshell.
Basically, yeah.
No, that's where Destiny's from.
Frustrating.
Jesse?
To say the least.
Frustrating to say the least, my dude.
So I guess in terms of finding your article, so trans issues are, in some ways, are difficult for me to understand because I'm not trans. I don't think. I arguably maybe I might be non-binary. I'm not sure. I've gone back and forth on the past, but I don't know.
What makes you? I'm genuinely curious about that because I find some of the I do find some of the stuff confusing. When you say you might be non-binary, what do you mean?
I don't know because I've seen like 15 different definitions of non-binary, so I'm not sure. Something that I've talked about for a long time before I really even got into trans stuff is
I mean, the truth of the matter is that non-binary isn't one thing, right? You got the binary, these two kind of poles based on social constructions that have like lore to them, right? So yeah, and then what happens is when you conceive of like binary, and non-binary, what you're doing is you're constructing the identity of this person out of these two people's identities. You're saying this is the midpoint, and it's not exactly true. A lot of non-binary people don't think of themselves that way. That is the reason that some non-binary people reject not only the binary but the trinary, right? So they're not accepting the externally imposed definition of them being some kind of a middle ground or a both, or you know what I mean? Like it being non-binary is different for people. That's the reason that you have things like xenogenders, right, and neo-pronouns, is because some people feel like the quote-unquote non-binary space that's offered to them is not a space that allows them to express their inner subjective experience. And that is really what we're talking about when we talk about identity.
Have like a particular attachment to my gender. I don't really see myself as like, if I were to think of like all the traits related to me, or if I were to like think of like all the things about myself, like being a male or man is not like, it's not like a thing that I really think or care about. Like if I woke up tomorrow and if I had to live life as a woman, I don't really think I would care that much. I've said that in the past, and then some people say like, oh, well, this sounds non-binary, so maybe. I've also heard some people describe non-binary as being like somebody that has like a more gender fluidity. They go between masculine and feminine. So I don't know. That's why I'm not sure. I'm not 100%. Yeah. But I think that like largely I would say that like I don't really have like a severe trans experience. So I have to rely on emails from fans and stuff and reading other people's experiences to figure out, how do I navigate these conversations, because
emails from fans,
intuitively how you feel. So I have to ask you guys how you feel, right? You tell me your experiences. And then as part of like the whole conversation, I came across, there are very few publications that I trust these days. But two that I tend to have a pretty high regard for.
There we go. Bisexual lighting achieved.
I really
sort
like
of
profile pieces.
Are we doing
out of
it?
The New Yorker, and I generally like long form pieces from the Atlantic. And so in the course of me like doing my research and my studying of all the kid puberty blockers, everything, these conversations, I came across your.
Wasn't one of Singal's notorious like articles in the Atlantic, or am I thinking of something else? What's up, Don?
Your article.
I didn't say Simon said.
And I started reading it, and I'll be honest, because you open with that one story, I immediately, even in my head, I can't help it because I'm so inundated with social media. I thought it was going to be a very negative piece about how so many children shouldn't be going trans because people are, everybody wants to detransition and everything. So
okay, so there's some Destiny fans in my chat right now. Can you explain that statement? Everybody wants to detransition. What did he mean by that? Because I know I'm not taking him literally, right? I'm not over literalizing this, right? I know he didn't mean every single person wants to do transition, that like, right? He's not saying that. But like, I will point out that he did literally just say that, but I don't think that's what he means by that, in other words. Now, when you're talking about these issues, you do have to be careful what you say, because it's going to come across in a multiplicity of ways, and you want your, if you believe in what you're saying, you want it to kind of be streamlined down to like how you really feel, instead of giving some people, like Steven, you could like what I'm saying, Steven, is if you've got like kind of chuddy people in your audience, they might hear that and be like, oh, hell yeah, that's right. They're all detransitioning, right? They might agree with the literal meaning of what you said kind of figuratively. So I would, advise caution on that for that particular reason. But what I wonder is, what does he really mean? Does he think that like detransitioning is a common experience and that it is stemming from people not being helped by transition, right? In other words, people transitioning and finding out, like, this isn't what I wanted. This isn't good for me. This doesn't work. This doesn't help me, right? Because if that's what he's saying, then what he's really talking about, he's representing a really small percentage of people as being much larger. He said, like, everyone, right? So that doesn't necessarily, like, I know how figurative language works. Like, everyone doesn't mean everyone, right? It can mean almost everyone. It can mean most people. When we start to say that it's less than half of the people, then you start to lose me. Because, like, your figurative language has literally pointed in the wrong direction, right? And it's nowhere close to half. It is a small percentage. And let me tell you, I also looked up a study, and this is in my short video on this, right? Talking about, you know, detransitioners and looking at the reasons that they detransition. In most cases, people detransition because their family doesn't accept them, because their work doesn't accept them, because their school doesn't accept them, because society doesn't accept them. What the fuck is that? That's not somebody who the medicine failed. That's somebody who society failed, right? So if you got a problem with that, with those, you know, and we're talking about a fraction of, or, you know, we're talking about a very small percentage of people, right? If you got a problem with those people, if you think those people aren't being served, they're not being served by their parents. They're not being served by their doctor. They're not being served by society. They are being mistreated, and they detransition for that reason. That is the number one reason, right, that people are doing this. So in saying that all, you know, I'm sorry that I'm taking this little bit of speech, this little snippet, this 2 sentences that Stephen said, and harping on this too much. But this is what I'm talking about when I say that you can do harm by trying to offer your opinion on an issue that maybe you really don't understand. Because that's what it's seeming like. It seems like you've read Jesse's article and maybe even taken something from it that he didn't intend, right?
But I read the entirety of your piece, and Jesus, I'm sorry, my thing is. I read the entirety.
Well, it's a bit of a straw man, but none of you have explained it to me, right? None of you had said, "Oh no, this is what he means." I feel like I steel manned that right there. I took what he said. Now we understand what a straw man is and what a steel man is, right? So I took what he said and said he doesn't mean it literally. If I was going to straw man him, I'd accuse him of saying that literally, right? That's what a straw man is, right? Is taking the very worst angle of your opponent's, you know, of your opponent's argument and saying that's your perspective. That's what you think. That's what you really think at the end of the day. And it's not, right? I get that Stephen was being figurative there. I granted him a little bit of wiggle room, and I said from you know, like, everyone or like everyone has to be somewhere in between 100% of people and, like I said, 51% of people, right? I said you at least have to have most, right? If you say let everyone, it doesn't have to be everyone, but it has to be most. And it's not even close to most, right? So I don't think that's a straw man. I think that's sloppy rhetoric on Stephen's part, right? Point Irene Geller.
Your piece, and I was like, oh, I think this is a
I'm the judge
really
too.
interesting piece.
I didn't mention that.
You do, and I'm sure you were cognizant of it writing it. You must have been, because you get so many different quotes and so many.
Okay, what am I missing? Okay, so what's the straw man? Okay, maybe you're talking about something else as the straw man. I'm sorry.
So many things. I think that you're very cognizant of when you were putting it together. It's like you're not trying to present this like picture that like trans people are evil and forcing everybody to transition, and we need to like super slow down on this. I think there are multiple points in the article where you know reaffirm.
Wait, how did I get you wrong? Just the dawn?
The importance of gender affirming care, how important it is to get people like. Yeah, so I read through the whole article. I thought
you're
it was a really
fine.
good read.
You're
I
fine.
didn't share with my
Listen, I mean, you're fine. I just wasn't sure what exactly you were objecting to.
Audience at the time, because one, because it was a long read. It was like an hour and a half, I think, and then two, because it's very, very, very hard in trans discourse to bring up anything related to desisting or detransitioning, because it's very.
Well, what's hard about it, I feel like, is that some people, like Demon Mama, for instance, spend a long time looking at this, and other people kind of come along and they'll look at research, which desisting, right? When there is one study on desisting that I don't know if Stephen's talking about this, right? But basically All right, so here's what desisting means, right? Gender non-normative behavior occurs and then stops. You know, so you put on your, if you're assigned male, you put on your mom's makeup at age 5, and then at age 14, you're not interested in anything but, gender appropriate, whatever the fuck that means, right? Stuff, right? So that's what it means. But here's what I want to caution you about, right? When we take it, so there's two numbers, right? When we get a percentage, we get the percentage who do any sort of gender abnormal behavior, and then we've got the percentage who transition, right? So it's like a function of this number, I think, over this number in terms of, of these people, of all the people who ever show any, gender deviant or whatever behavior. I feel like I'm saying this in the wrong way, but right, nonconformance, right? Then what percentage is this number of this number, right? Because all these people, did this at some point, right? All these people that transition, right? And hypothetically, right? Actually, if you look at non-binary people, that's not necessarily true, but like for the sake of the study, I think that's how they're considering it. So, but wait a minute. If we say gender non-conforming activity, right? There's different ways of doing that. There's like putting on makeup because it's fun or because whatever reason, and there's putting it on because it feels better than to, you know what I mean? Like, so what I guess what I'm saying is that they're taking too many cases over here and considering them like, well, this is a potential, could, transition. And it's like not, right? They're taking like any sort of behavior that ever happens, right? Like just like a little kid that like sees his mom's high heels and slips into those and is just kind of fucking around. They'll take that and put that in that number, right? So that's why the data is skewed. You're not talking about the number of people that wanted to transition and then decided not to. You're talking about the number of people who ever did anything that seems out of line with their gender assigned at birth. So that's that study.
Very, very difficult to do it.
And and you can see why, because I think a lot of like people who benefited from transitioning, they see it as an attack on them, and I can understand that rationally, but that is different from the question of like what scientific information we should give people, what we should tell the parents of a 4-year-old kid who just came out as trans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. There's it's I think that around these particular issues, no, it's not really these particular issues. It's every issue. Something that's kind of happened broadly with political discourse is, so one thing that I talk about a lot is separating like the process from the outcome. That there are outcomes that we want to achieve in society. Yeah, right? We want to make people happier.
That's a hard boss.
We want to make people homes. We want people to earn money. Sometimes people get really attached to the process by which we do this, and that like supersedes the importance of the outcome. Like even if you can point to the fact that a process doesn't work, people will be so attached to that particular process that they'll fight you, even if it's not giving you the outcomes that you want. And so we get into this weird world where you can't really talk about these issues at all anymore without just being labeled as somebody that hates.
Oh wait, he wouldn't use detransition to invalidate a person? I would never accuse him of doing that. Where were you getting that?
Hates like the outcome that the process is trying to affect. Does that make sense?
It does.
My issue was that he's making detransition sound like a more common occurrence than it actually is. And in doing so, kind of putting, adding fuel to the fire of taking life-saving medication away from trans kids.
And I think it's pretty self-sabotaging on the part of activists, because like the emails I get behind the scenes, not on Twitter where there's spectators, are even... my average friend or listener, I think, is basically like an Obama liberal, even they are like pretty skeptical of these treatments, or at least transitioning kids who are very young. And you're not going to make them less skeptical by yelling at them for being a bigot. Like, these are actual parents making serious.
Okay, so the question is, what do we mean by transitioning kids that are very young? So if we're talking about transitioning, doing anything medical intervention with anybody who's not going through puberty, or who's like, who's like, what is it, under 14? I don't know. There's a certain age that, you know, like they start puberty blockers, but there is no medical intervention being done on kids before that, right? Now, right-wingers want you to think that there is. Right-wingers want you to think that when we talk about trans kids, you're talking about giving a child steroid hormones that they wouldn't have even if they had been born as the, even if they had been assigned another gender at birth, right? That's what they want you to think. Now, they don't necessarily say that, but by decontextualizing the issue, they present it to you that way. And a lot of people take it that way. It's like these crazy liberals, they want to give kids hormones. Nobody's giving kids hormones, right? Nobody's giving kids hormones. That's not on the table. What we're talking about is puberty blockers, which stop certain hormones from having their effect on you once you reach puberty. So yeah, like you gotta be really careful with this stuff.
Medical decisions about their kids. And I think pathologizing this conversation hasn't helped, and the response to the Atlantic article was so over the top and cartoonish that I think it, like, I don't want to exaggerate the importance of my work. I guess I'm more giving credit to the activists. Like, there were years when major outlets just didn't cover this subject with any of that rigor.
Oh my God, this
care.
boss is so hard.
I think we're coming back a little bit now. Like, there's been some good stuff in the New York Times and the Washington Post, but there was a real dead period there where, like, the only view you heard about this in mainstream outlets was a very oversimplified activist view. And again, I don't know, man. I think if you're an activist and you want to expand access to the
I think you're talking about an advocate's view of people who advocating for trans kids, right?
It's that I just think there's some people on the left addicted to calling everyone a bigot and suggesting there's no such thing as good faith disagreement, and that it's satisfying in the short run, and it'll get you a following and get you likes and retweets and maybe get.
See, what I feel like what he did right there was a shortcut to thinking, right? This is just a right-wing trope. And I get that it makes you money, and I get that this is how you pay your bills, but Jesse, this is a fucking sad life for you, my dude. And Steven, this is kind of sad for you too. I don't think either of these people are just like foaming at the mouth bigots, right? But they have fallen into serving a demographic that is, whether they realize it or not. That's what's happening here, right? And that's my problem with them. I'm not, I don't think I'm over-interpreting their hostility towards trans people. I think most of this is ignorance, right?
You a YouTube audience, but it's not going to work in the long run.
Yeah, there was a quote that I had, I saw recently that was really interesting to me. And it's basically the idea that if you make it impossible for reasonable people to disagree, the only disagreements that are ever going to be stated are by people that hate it, right? Yeah. That because I think, like you said too, I think that sometimes activists miss a lot of like, well, where is the national conversation at on this, right? Where is everybody on this topic?
When you say activists, like, be really careful. Again, like, like if a TERF comes in here, do you know what she's going to call me? She's going to call, if I'm lucky, she's going to call me a TRA. That stands for trans rights advocate. Trans rights activist, right? Why does she call me that? Because there's something called an MRA, a men's rights activist, and she's ever so subtly trying to compare me to that, right? Trying to say that my activism for trans people represents a hostility towards women, right? So, and again, Stephen, I don't think that you got this language out of a TERF guidebook. I don't think you're like, you're vacationing with J.K. Rowling in the Hamptons or anything like that, right? But you got to be careful about mirroring their language.
Nowhere near where Twitter is.
If I'm unlucky, they'll call me a TIM. You don't even want to know what that means.
Really, really far away, or from the more activist point of view. But when you make it so that like center left people or like well-meaning.
Well, I'm glad he's not agreeing with Buck Angel. That's a very good thing. That's a very good thing that he's not agreeing with Buck Angel. Yeah.
People aren't able to have any kind of conversation about this. Well, there's going to be two conversations we see. One is going to be the hardcore activist conversation, and the other is going to be conservatives saying you're trying to turn all kids trans.
Now, he didn't say TRA, but he said activist, right? and this is Jesse, that Jesse probably introduced the word to him, right? Like, I mean, at least Jesse was the first one to use that word in the conversation. So he's just repeating Jesse's language. And, you know, I mean, like, that's, you can make it a case for, you know, he's just talking to the guy. So he's using the language that the guy is using. But just understand that Jesse Singal just introduced language that has at least a parallel to TERF language, right? It's not a one-to-one relationship, but there's like, you know, there's a little seed like that there, and we don't necessarily know what you mean, right? And you, like, that's the fucked up thing about dog whistles. When you hear a dog whistle, you don't always know it's a dog whistle, right? And that's why when I'm advocating for a group, I will try to avoid sounding like I'm making a dog whistle, right? It might happen anyway. And you know, hopefully if I do, somebody will make me aware of that, and I'll realize that, and I'll say, hey, just to be clear, I didn't mean this. I didn't realize, you know, that this was, you know, paralleling a trope, right? But yeah, that's you know, and like, look, I don't have problems with cis people being, you know, advocates for us, but you do have to do your work, and you do have to avoid, you know, some of these mistakes, because what you're going to get when you say stuff like that is you're going to get part of the trans audience thinking that you're more hostile than you actually are, and you're going to get part of the you know, GC audience thinking that you agree with them more than you do. And Stephen, you don't want those people in your audience, right? You're not trying to attract TERFs. You're not trying to attract, you know, Buck Angel. You're not trying to attract GCs, right? But you're going to get them. You're going to get them just like that.
Those are the only people that are allowed to occupy that space, because now anybody that might have a question is not able to say anything because they're going to be grouped in with the conservatives immediately.
Well, like I said, this was Singal who introduced that language to this conversation, not Stephen. So I'll give him a pass on that.
Though, you know?
Yeah, it was totally coincidental, but just today I published this long piece on my newsletter about these researchers who published what I think is a really misleading paper on puberty blockers and hormones. And if I'd done the same sort of social science debunking on any other subject, I would have gotten, like, what I'm saying is it's basically only the heterodox liberals and the conservatives retweeting it. This is a very important subject, a very societally important subject, but liberals sort of know you're not supposed to show any skepticism of here. You're not supposed to give any quarter to, like, Ken Paxton and Greg Abbott in Texas and the other transphobes, which...
Hopefully he understands the reason for that.
It makes it hard to talk about a genuinely difficult scientific subject.
Yeah, which is frustrating. Let's see. I'm trying to think of because I talk about this kind of stuff a lot, so it's kind of a circle jerk right now. We agree with each other.
Well, I mean, the thing of, like, whether what you said about non-binary stuff was interesting to me, because when I read those articles of, like, what it means to be this, hold on one man, this was that food delivery.
Yeah, no problem. Go for it.
Hello? Sorry about that, I'm back.
No, you're good.
What I've found is when I read other people's accounts of what it means to, for example, be non-binary, it'll often be things like, I don't identify with traditional notions of masculinity. And I sort of sometimes had the same reaction as you, where it's like, if I'm going to take that definition really seriously, then that might mean I fit the bill too. And I think where there's probably an interesting conversation to be had that we're not having for all the reasons we've talked about is, like, is it helpful or unhelpful to draw the line there? Where if you don't meet these criteria for being a man, you're not a man and shouldn't identify as one. And what I hear from some gay people, including my co-host, is they sort of feel like if they were coming of age today,
they might be trans.
Yeah, or at least they would get...
Okay, so you could take this in a number of different ways. When he says his co-host, he's talking about Katie Herzog, right? And so what Katie's saying is if she... Actually, I'm not sure on Katie Herzog's pronouns, so let's just say they. Well, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure, I'm 90% sure they're she, her, but I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, so what she's saying then is that she's afraid that she would have somehow gotten pushed into blocking her puberty and then, I guess, going on testosterone. That's an intramuscular shot. Right? that's a self-administered, usually, unless you got like, the insurance to have somebody do it for you, shot that you've got to take every so often to inject, tea into your muscles. And it's not like something that you're going to passively get pushed into. You've got to actively inject for that, right? And like the puberty blockers we talked about earlier, if you were to take the puberty blockers, if you were to be pushed in, or somehow like society was just so pro-trans that you just got swept along with the currents, hypothetically, and then you turn 18, you realize, you know what, I don't think I'm actually trans. I don't think I want to transition. All you do is stop taking the puberty blockers. That's all it is. So no, Katie, I don't think that's a real concern. I think that's a concern that you're weaponizing, concern trolling, and that the net effect of it hurts trans kids. So sorry for not not repeating the heterodox opinion, the heterodox liberal opinion. I think by heterodox liberal opinion, he's talking about Glenn Greenwald. He's talking about those kind of people, those kind of liberals, those kind of lefties, like the ones like Glenn Greenwald. Yeah.
And I don't mean that in a sinister way, because I think most kids don't go on hormones. They're not getting medical treatment anyway. I think we should be concerned about the ones who do. But it does, would Katie Herzog be better off if she'd been told as a teenager she wasn't really a woman because she was like a...
Nobody's telling you that. You have to tell the doctor that. You have to tell your parents that. That nobody's fucking being pushed. Where are they getting this idea? This is a right-wing brainworm. Jesse Singal has right-wing brainworms, and he's trying to spread them to your dude, DGG. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Don't let your dude get brainwormed, okay? There's nothing I can do for him if he gets brainwormed.
Lesbian tomboy type, and I think that's an interesting question, especially
okay. Literally a fucking turf talking point. They're stealing our lesbians. No, that's some irreversible damage, brainworms right there. Fuck that shit.
It's like how we're gonna teach 12 and 13 and 14-year-olds about sex and gender.
I don't know if this exists anywhere in the literature because it's usually.
Okay, Steven, you asked me to watch it. I watched it. I'm watching it. Let's
right? So I haven't dug a lot into like the social science stuff, but it feels like in talking to people, I feel like there are two different types of dysphoria. Where it feels like on one end you have like I would just call it like there's real sexual dysphoria, and these are people that have like a really deep-seated kind of disgust or disattachment from their physical body. So like these are the people who I would imagine like when you start going on hormone therapy, hormone replacement, HRT, or if you start getting like surgeries, like these are the people where the medical interventions have like massive benefits because you're bringing the body in mind or in line with the mind. Like these are the people that benefit from that the most. And that's kind of been my more traditional understanding of transness, I guess. But then I feel like there's this second dysphoria that is becoming more popular and
more popular
like
dysphoria,
where kind of like what you said, it's not like this kind of like extreme biological dysphoria. It's more just like there's a set of roles or behaviors or even appearances that men or women have in society, and I want to match that more. I love you. And not you. Sorry, my wife.
Hey, that's very nice of you. We just met, but I appreciate it.
Look, he's not ready to go get popsicles just yet.
And I'm a lot more, at the risk of sounding bad, I guess, I'm a lot more skeptical about that one requiring medical intervention.
And that's why this is Popsiclegate. So yeah, if anybody sees Gotex explain, like Gotex is trying to figure out, like, I feel like my shit post just like whoosh over. There's a good portion of DGG that didn't like. I don't know how many people were in here earlier when I was showing the original tweet, but just basically the joke was Steven's like, talking to Jesse Singal, and he's like, this is really pissing me off with these trans people, especially this Keffels person, it's really bad. And Jesse's like, that's okay, buddy. We'll, go out and have a popsicle. We'll talk to the detransitioners. It's going to be so, I mean, it was just a shit post, right? And that's why it's Popsiclegate, right? Because I'm like, what did I get wrong? Did he not buy you a popsicle? Was I wrong about that? You should have watched the video. See, this is the guaranteed that this trans person has not watched my video, right? That's what Destiny would say.
Around that. Those two, I don't know if there's anything that exists like actually detailing that, but like I feel like that there's a huge distinction to be made between the social dysphoria and like this sexual biological dysphoria.
Yeah, no, there's no research on it, and in fact I sort of think there's pressure to not talk about those differences, and I think it's partly like within the trans community, there's some long-standing dispute over that. Like, the too cute transmedicalist thing.
God.
Too
oh
cute
my
transmedicalism.
God.
I know
God,
what transmedicalism is. I don't know what the too cute thing is.
It's just this long-standing Tumblr fight between, basically on that question, like one side saying that unless you like really hate your body and have physical dysphoria, you're not trans. The other side saying that you're trans if you say you're trans, and the latter side has completely won. Like when we talk about transness,
Unquestionable.
Yeah, and
See, if it was me, I would have explained it to Steven. It's the RGR Demon Mama thing. You remember that debate? It's that thing.
and
I
just think those are such different experiences. I mean, like, so there's the idea that me walking down the street, 6'4" male person with a beard.
Okay, so like I don't know if this is what he meant to say, but what I got from that is like, all right, so there's like trans people that are proponents of gender self-ID, and then there's transmedicalists, and it's just like I don't know, they're just different views, and we got to make room for both of them. So they're different views, right? And one of those is a view that's not in the service of trans liberation.
If I don't identify as male, but there's nothing flagging that. I don't really experience oppression day to day versus someone my age who decided to physically transition. That fucking sucks. That's where you're at risk of being assaulted or being harassed. And to lump those two experiences together, I'm not sure it's useful, but I can understand why, from the LGBT community's perspective, they don't want to exclude people. They don't want anyone doing that.
Yeah, it would fly. There's a lot of concern trolling here. There's a lot of concern trolling going on.
Again, just agreeing with you that they seem to be very different experiences.
Yeah, and this is like, I think gatekeeping is kind of important.
We gotta honor the transmed experience.
We want to gatekeep some experiences because we want to have like a special set of.
It's really important. How are my frames doing, chat?
I think gatekeeping can be pretty important sometimes.
How are my frames?
And I do agree with that. Although again, it's like
I feel like my frames are a little
to draw this distinction without being immediately attacked. But like
a
the
little
idea
bit not great right now.
No dysphoria whatsoever. Like that person has a far different experience than somebody that has a lot of dysphoria, right? Markedly different. It's almost not, I don't want to say it's not the same thing because they're not both trans. I guess you could be trans and not have dysphoria, but like your life is going to be way different. And that's kind of an issue that I've ran into sometimes on Twitter, where I'll run into these people that are like, I am like non-binary
just a few.
or trans, but I have
it's better now. It's
gender
better.
Expression is 100% male. I grow a beard. I'm making no effort to even socially transition. I don't really experience dysphoria, but I'm trans. And it's like, okay, but like, is it even worth mentioning at that point? It makes me wonder sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's
the answer that I'd give is that the only source that we have for understanding someone else's identity is their own subjective experience. And the only way we can find out what their subjective experience is to ask them. So I would say, even if it doesn't make sense to you, Stephen, defer to that person and how they describe themselves. Like, are you just literally telling somebody like that like, yeah, you're not really, I mean, I don't know what Stephen was saying there, but it comes off as maybe you're not really trans. I'm sure that's not what he was trying to say. I'm sure that's not what he was trying to say.
I don't know. I feel like if you're on this side that is saying we should understand sex and gender in a new way, and what they're arguing is for a pretty different way of understanding those concepts, where it's all self-ID. I think you need to at least make the argument and not expect that everyone is going to go along with it or not have questions. So for those keeping score at home, for the trans community, the spicy take is the take that doesn't affirm self-ID, right? This is a discussion we've had, and it's largely been settled, right? There are some people who don't feel the same way, but they are, in the minority, and the trans community feels really strongly about this, right? This is for Jesse Singal though. Singal. I'm noticing though that like for him the spicy take is gender self-ID. That's the hard pill to swallow. So he's basically coming in here affirming, the non-liberatory side, let's just say, of the trans movement. See, that's me being super, super charitable.
I think it would be a lot more useful to talk about this.
If anything, basically. I'm too charitable, right?
Yeah. Here's like a general trend too that I've kind of noticed. I don't know if are you 38? Did I read that?
38, yeah.
He looks good. He looks good.
Okay, so I'm
looks really
33.
good.
Something that was kind of interesting to me is I feel like, especially in the 90s with boy bands and everything, and in the early 2000s, I feel like we were spending a lot of time in society kind of like widening the acceptable behaviors and appearances of like the genders, right? Tomboys and girl next door was becoming more popular. White guys were starting to wear jewelry. With, I remember like Backstreet Boys and NSYNC, you had like guys.
Oh, dude, even like Prince and David Bowie, even before.
Yeah, sure, but like. It was becoming more mainstream, like even more like you had like the whole metrosexual movement. It was becoming like super mainstream.
Yeah.
And that's why I pointed out too that like white men were starting to do it as well. But the it feels like something like broke to where we were widening all the gender roles, and now it feels like things are narrowing again to where, well, you're not actually like, we don't have these 50 million different ways that a woman can express herself. There's like one pretty set in stone.
Wait, Kumar arc? What?
Way, and now any other way is some sort of trans identity. Like now you're either like non-binary, femme presenting. Now you're like a male lesbian. Now you're like, it feels like all of the kind of expression that existed within male and female is kind of being erased. And now it's all being labeled as different types of gender identities, which is like really strange to me.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about this because there are other cultures where you have third genders, and sometimes activists hold them up as like more enlightened than us. Mm-hmm. Usually that's not the case. Usually it's like this 5-year-old boy has a lisp and acts in a girly way, and he likes to cook with his mom, so he's not really a boy. It's like, it's very regressive, and I think some of that is creeping in here. I guess what I'm torn about is it might be useful and adaptive in certain conservative settings. So if like, let's say there's a kid marooned in like rural Texas, no offense to any Texan listeners, but I'm from Boston, so I'm very judgmental. But let's say there's like a girly 14-year-old who wants to wear lipstick and who wants to put on nail polish. It might be useful in a sense for them to have a category genderqueer or non-binary just to like shield them from some of the macho bullshit they'd face otherwise. But I don't think anyone thinks that in an ideal society where we'd broken down gender roles, people would be like, oh, you're putting on lipstick, you're not really a guy. Guys should be able to wear whatever the fuck they want. And I do worry that it's like...
So somebody brought up this prospect of a straw man earlier. That's what a straw man's like, right? Right away, my view as a trans rights activist got changed to, if there's a femboy, oh my god, thank you for the super chat, Just the Dawn. So if there's like a femboy, that we're gonna somehow force them to transition? Like, listen, I don't know what trans community you have come across, Jesse, but the trans community I know is totally fine with femboys, right? We don't have a problem with femboys. There's friction between every subgroup, right? But that's not a major one. This is not, nobody's trying to tell femboys what to do. That's for femboys to decide, right? But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Meow.
Period of usefully stretching these boundaries, it seems to be getting...
I work hard for your money, yes.
I can speak from a little personal experience on this, because like I'm a big guy, I play some basketball and stuff, but like I was sort of pudgy and like
meow
a little bit lispy and stuff when I was in like 7th grade.
And you think you would have gotten forced to transition? I don't get this.
Getting tackled. I hated that shit. I was like, oh no, what if I get hurt? So I was like,
see, at best, like, he's got right-wing brainworms, and he thinks this shit is real. At worst, he knows this shit isn't real, and he's spreading right-wing brainworms. And I don't really have any way of knowing, as a trans person, which it is. One of them is destructive and deleterious. The other is straight up pernicious. I don't know which it is. And so that's, if you're wondering why you get strange reactions from trans people, that's what it is. We're trying to decide whether you're just like, ignorant or whether you're actually hostile, because we can't tell in a world where a lot of people hide their hostility under the veil of ignorance. It's sometimes hard for us to tell. So I'm sorry if some people have mischaracterized what you're saying and have interpreted malice where there was none. But if you want to understand why, that's it. We deal with a lot and we can't always tell where the attacks are coming from, right? So please forgive us if, we take your ignorance for malice.
In that sense, you have all these messages that you're supposed to be this big, tough, masculine dude. And I I didn't identify with any of it. I'm not saying I had as bad an experience as like a truly gender nonconforming kid, but like I've often not hearing accounts of this stuff that are any more complicated than like, yeah, gender roles suck, and sometimes we sort of they grate against us.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. I guess, like, broadly speaking, it sucks that it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, I get the need for caution, right? But the real caution is cautioning. Should be to caution us away from forcing trans kids to undergo puberty as their birth sex, right? Because that shit's irreversible. Puberty blockers are reversible. Puberty, not so much. Especially if you're assigned male at birth.
It feels like there are no. Yeah, we've already said this. It feels like there's
sorry,
no place.
Sorry for using that terminology.
Anymore. Here's kind of a question I have along these lines. So my big cope over the last 5 years is usually when I argue with conservatives and they point out like crazes on Twitter. 5 years ago, I used to say like, okay, you are pointing to somebody that has like 2 likes on Twitter. This is not a relevant person. Like nobody is actually saying this. You're finding like the most extreme examples on Twitter. But I feel like increasingly.
I mean, what really bothers me is that Destiny alienated even trans people like Synth. Now, Synth is not somebody that I'd say is part of the trans liberatory movement. I would say that Synth is kind of on the opposite side of that in most cases. And yet you were too toxic for Synth. So because you can't have a conversation with somebody like Synth or you know, especially somebody like Vivian anymore, you know, after what you did to Vivian, you're having a conversation with our enemy. And that's what really doesn't feel good. And that's where you get this reaction from trans people, from the trans community, right? Not all. I know there's trans people in DGG that are, you know, still Destiny stands. I'm not like denying that at all. I'm just like, you know, for the part of the trans movement that is focused on liberation, that you're not selling us.
Twitter is becoming more and more relevant or reflective of or influencing the real life discourse. Do you feel like that is the case, that it feels like the Twitter conversations that used to be just strictly crazies on Twitter are starting to leak more into academic administration, journal? Yeah. No
question. And it sucks because I was in the camp in 2014 or 2015. I started to get somewhat interested in like illiberalism, for lack of a better word, like illiberalism in lefty spaces. But I was in the camp who was like, it's mostly just college students. We should call it out, but like, it's conservatives trying to exaggerate it.
Yeah. Okay, so illiberalism, that is a dog whistle towards IDW, right? And that's like, you know, I wasn't trying to go to this right away, but yeah, Jesse Singal has got a lot of IDW stink to him, right? This fucking discourse that like these kids in the college campus are too damn sensitive, and you know our kids are being indoctrinated. Both like the kids are like too like lefty, they're too extreme, but at the same time they don't really want the lefty stuff. They're being indoctrinated. It's bullshit. It's gross, and it's beneath somebody like Jesse Singal. Right? It's the province of pseudo-intellectuals like Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro. What are you doing there, Jesse? That's why I really wonder if this is really ignorance or not, because you don't seem like somebody who would be ignorant.
Not that big a deal. I've done a complete 180 on that, because when I watch the way my people, the journalists, the way they cover like the most Twitter frenzied stories, I've just been really radicalized. Like this goes everything from Covington to the Google memo to the Jacob Blake and
I mean, listen, I don't know for sure, and if I give a definite answer for why Steven's covering this, I'm gonna get criticized, right? Because you know I'm you know guessing or whatever. I don't really know. I can't look into Steven's heart and see what's in there, right? But you know, my best guess is that Steven somehow feels like he was, you know, done wrong by a certain portion of the trans community, and because the trans community says don't talk to this guy, he's going to talk to this guy. I think it's as simple as that, right? The enemy of my enemies must be my friend, and it's a bad idea. It's a bad. You can ask the NCC bad crowd about that. You can ask all these so-called anarchists hanging out with a Lauren Southern donor, like signal boosting her fucking diatribe, her fucking screed against me, signal boosting a fucking like, I won't even call it a DGG manifesto, because Zonia's like not DGG. Zonia is straight up alt trans. Zonia is straight up right wing. Like she'll kind of, she's a little bit of a chameleon. She'll kind of slip in and out of any place that she can. But you know, you've got really strange bedfellows, right? You've got supposed anarchists in bed with Lauren's Southern donors, with really extreme right-wingers, right? And it only happens because what do they have in common? We both hate NCC. So let's not even look at each other's Twitter bios. Let's just shake on fucking over Irene, right? You know, that's one thing that you can agree on. But don't think that it's not noticed, and don't think that there aren't receipts that can be dropped on any fucking Twitter thread that's out there. If it walks like a fake leftist, if it talks like a fake leftist, if it retweets like a fake leftist, I'm gonna have to call it like I see it.
You messaged me about, yeah. Oh my god, that was my other huge drummer. That was, I lost a partnership on a website where I've been partnered for like I think 10 years because of my takes relating to. Oh, to be fair, I was really spicy. I'll admit that. So not necessarily 1-to-1, but I got so much pushback socially. I think I was the only left-leaning person on the entire fucking internet that like watched all the videos and was like, this is so obviously self-defense, guys. Like, are we like, what's happening?
You mean for Rittenhouse, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And it was like, it's not even like contentious. It's not even contentious to say that. Like there are some esoteric arguments of like, well, should he have been there? Like, okay, yeah, that's like legitimate.
That's esoteric.
Maybe. But in terms of what happened,
it's not legally relevant though.
Okay, I don't think it's esoteric at all. I think what you got is this. You got a country whose tradition, whose explanation for why you are free, part of it is that you've got the ability to express yourself. You've got the ability to protest, right? You've got the right to do that. Okay? So that's the First Amendment. Now we've also got the Second Amendment, right? And we got the Second Amendment crowd who think the Second Amendment is really fucking important. Now, when I take my Second Amendment right to a protest, what am I actually doing? If I menacingly carry a gun around your protest, what the fuck do you think I'm doing? I'm using my Second Amendment right to suppress and intimidate you from your First Amendment right. That's what Kyle Rittenhouse was doing. That's the point that's being missed here, right? Separate from any considerations of, the tape and the situation that went down there, right?
Yeah, well, it might be depending on how things are read up. But yeah, I agree. But it was so crazy when I would talk to people.
The fact that the right wing has put the Second Amendment on par with the First, and I get it. It's 10 amendments. It doesn't say the first one's more important and the 10th one is least important, right? But oh my God, I feel like without that, you don't have any patina of democracy, any patina of freedom, any patina of liberty under that, right? Which is what the American dream has always been. It's been a fake fucking promise of freedom. You know, we'll pretend that you're free, and we'll even make you feel like you're free. We'll let you walk outside of your little cage, once a day, and do your voting, performative act of futility, right? And tell you that you're free. We'll let you show up in the streets if you're really upset about something with signs and chanting slogans, right? But when you've got a right-wing chud standing there menacingly with the automatic weapon, you're not exactly as free as you think you are.
Like even people would come to me. Other large creators would come to me to argue this. I'm like, didn't you see the part where Rittenhouse was on the ground just firing shots, firing magazines into whole crowds?
Got fucking knocked over. Like it's a parallel. This is what's freaked me out, dude. And the first time this happened to me was with the Covington kids. I was on this I'd been on this.
Protests are really fucking confusing situations, and so like trying to treat all the people there like they're one person with one unified set of perceptions and will, that's disingenuous. That's really fucking disingenuous. Once you introduce the element of a firearm to a protest situation, it is really hard for anybody to know what's going on. If there's a loud noise, do you know that it wasn't a gunshot? Can you tell if it was a gunshot? How far away is it? Is it this guy with the gun who discharged his weapon? Is it somebody? Do you know what I mean? Like once you bring the fucking gun to the protest, it's fucked. It's fucked from there, right?
Listserv for 15 years. I left it a year ago because it just got too crazy. But I'm like fucking Zapruder filming the Covington video, like frame by frame. I'm like at 1:23:16.
Oh my god, the fucking Covington video!
And people just act like they're watching another video.
Oh my god!
It's I don't like the way we over.
Was that the one where it was the
point of fucking Covington is that there is a Catholic high school, I believe, right, that is taking their kids to protests after school, right? They are busing their kids, as in that's a school activity. This is something that you're going to do, kid. You're going to go and protest for us, right? And that's what the Covington kids were doing there. Right? So the point of it is that, like, if you see every single clip of that situation, you can see that the guy with the drum came up to the kid, and the kid wasn't like walking up to the guy with the drum. That's true, right? But I still don't think that's really, like, you know, the point of it. Now, like, there is an issue that, like, that kid, the look on his face represented, like, to a lot of people, this kind of like white intransigence towards POC. Like, it's and that wasn't on him, right? You know, he's a kid. You know, a lot of kids look like assholes. It doesn't mean that they're assholes, right? And it shouldn't all be focused on him. The fucking villain in that story is the school that bust their kids to the protest, and the parents that like sign their kids up for a school like that, right? Not the kid that was giving the smarmy look to the guy banging the drum, right? That's
white, like, high school kid with the indigenous people and the drums?
Yeah.
Or? Okay.
The guy is just banging a drum, and he's not responding at all. He's just sitting there nodding.
Mm-hmm.
And
the other villain there is our desire to interpret the news, to interpret a situation from the little bit of information that we've got at a time. And the little bit of information that came out first did make it look like, you know, that kid was, you know, kind of in the guy banging the drum's face, right? And yeah, that is a problem, but that is not a problem of liberalism. That is not a problem of leftism. That is not a problem of social justice. That is a problem of society, right? And media.
It's the same thing where it's like, I don't understand how these people who I agree with on so much, it's like they're watching an entirely different video. And if we can't even agree on like
what we're seeing,
it worried the shit out of me. But that's what I'm getting to. I think what motivates a lot of shitty reporting is that the first version of these stories plays out on Twitter. Journalists are glued to Twitter, myself included, sometimes 16 hours a day. Mm-hmm. As soon as something happens, you know
fucking Twitter,
how your
am I right?
feel about it, how your colleagues feel about it. So if Covington
and more important, how your oomfies feel about
let's
it.
Use the Rittenhouse thing, because that's more recent. Mm-hmm. If the Rittenhouse thing happens and you know that every other journalist is convinced this kid is a Nazi, it's going to take like pretty big balls or ovaries to be the one journalist who writes the piece. It's like, no, he's not a Nazi. And in fact, it would have been really difficult for me to write that for a major outlet. So I did it on my newsletter, and it was one of my most successful posts there. So when you say it's hard to have conversations, I agree with you, except I think spaces like your stream or my newsletter or even the bigger Substackers, I think stuff is opening up because like people aren't that stupid. There are people who are actually curious in the facts of the matter and like what Kyle Rittenhouse actually did or didn't do. So I think there's some hope there.
Yeah,
dude, this is a hard boss, right?
The issue is that when I want to, if I am wanting to talk about Kyle Rittenhouse, I want to talk to people that share my like moral philosophy or share my same moral foundation.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to say dude less.
I don't want to talk about Kyle Rittenhouse with a conservative that thinks that white people should have shown up and just started indiscriminately like killing protesters because they shouldn't be right.
People always think it's because I'm like, you know, from Cali and stuff like that, but in reality it's just like it's more like the debate space like that. It just like that's how people talk in that space, and I like picked it up and it sucks. I'm sorry.
But the problem is when I start tweeting, those are the people that show up. They're like, yeah, Destiny's base. Like, oh my God, true. Like, Rittenhouse should have been, he should have killed more of it. He should have killed 20 of them. And it's like, Jesus, no, that's not my position.
No, dude, I've had the same.
I mean, I know it was a different issue or it was a different instance, right? But when you said, what's it going to take, you know, the dipshit protesters quote, that's the kind of thing that'll make those people feel a bond with you. And if you really don't want to feel those, you know, Lauren Southern people to feel a bond with you, then you gotta not do that. And you also gotta not have Lauren Southern on every other video.
Same thing where I will get people in my mentions who are just downright creepy and don't agree with me and on other stuff. But yeah, I don't know a way around this. When I write about like problems in the puberty blocker research, I'm only going to get conservatives willing to publicly agree with that. But I think that I wouldn't write about that issue if I didn't think it was important for.
It's because you're fishing, right? You're stretching, you're fishing, you're finagling, you're ship of Theseusing. That's why.
Everyone, I don't know what to do about that. It sucks.
Yeah, because I want to bring people that are already like center left or far left into these conversations. These are the ones that I want to talk with these things about, right? Because we at least we share like a similar moral foundation, so we can have, you know, like, oh hey, like let's talk about like what's this right, what's this wrong, like what's going on. But yeah, they seem impervious to those conversations, I guess.
It's so frustrating. It's
Ouch.
And again, I don't mind when Twitter randos do this shit, but why did you become a journalist if you're not interested in the truth? That's a very bad combination. Like, you can get paid more to do public relations or work for the ACLU or whatever. Go do that. I want them out of my area. I'm getting very territorial about it.
Yeah, something that I've heard. Journalists are a pretty insular crowd, I guess.
Yes.
So, but I have a few friends that I've talked to that have worked for a couple mainstream publications, and then I've read articles that have come out. I'm sorry, totally unrelated. Did you follow the whole thing with the? I think he was a longtime writer for the New York Times, and he did two different like retreats kind of with kids. And
yeah, it's the most. This is Donald McNeil Jr. This is. Dude, if any of your audience still has faith in the way mainstream outlets function, don't read about this.
Yeah, no, anyway. we read it all on stream. It was
okay.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know. Anybody know this story?
Well, yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was just like, no.
It was also so perfect because like one of the things animating all this is there's a severe class problem in journalism. It's mostly rich kids who enter journalism, and I'm one of them. I'm from like a affluent Boston suburbs, but like.
So what the fuck is your point? Even? Like,
you know, this was on a fucking resume building trip for wealthy kids, and they were offended.
But don't worry, everybody. Jesse's not like the other rich kids. Jesse's fucking based.
Anyway, there have been a lot of stories.
Come
like
on.
That.
Oh yeah, because you have you see. I feel like, okay, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I feel like dudes like this. Oh, I said dude again. I'm sorry. I feel like guys like this think that. Like
easy.
That one in particular, I think he wrote like a whole like 4-part thing, just reading through all of it, like how other people. I've been like, because I've done like a lot of, you know, sponsor stuff, corporate stuff, so I see like all the corporate speak, and it makes me cringe when I understand like what's being said, and everything, and like listening to him.
Anyway, there have been a lot of stories like that. Crazy.
That one in particular, I think he wrote like a whole like 4-part thing, just reading through all of it, like how other people. I've been like, because I've done like a lot of, you know, sponsor stuff, corporate stuff, so I see like all the corporate speak.
Sorry.
The way mainstream outlets function. Don't read about this.
Yeah, no, anyway. we read it all on stream. It was
okay.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was just like, no.
It was also so perfect because like one of the things animating all this is there's a severe class problem in journalism. It's mostly rich kids who enter journalism, and I'm one of them. I'm from like a affluent Boston.
Okay, so here's the thing, and I'm not saying like I know this about Jesse Singal in particular. I'm just saying about IDW types, right? In general, they tend to think that like they're that even if they're wealthy, if they have slightly more centrist or slightly more right-wing viewpoints than the the rest of the media, that is a sign of an affinity with the working class. That there is something fundamentally chuddy about the working class. And we've talked about why this is a lie, right? When you look at who showed up at the January 6th protest, was it the working class? No, it was people who could afford a fucking plane ticket. Who are the people behind all this Trump shit? It's not working class people who have a bunch of extra income to run a fucking QAnon like newsletter, right? This whole lie that the Trump voter is a downscale working class voter is fucking bullshit. The demographics do not break down like that. But I don't know. I'm putting that on Jesse, or I should more. I'm not putting that on Jesse as much as I'm putting that on the IDW in general, right?
Boston suburbs, but like, this was on a fucking resume building trip for wealthy kids, and they were offended. Anyway, there have been a lot of stories like that.
Okay, so I don't know the story. Does anybody know the story?
That one in particular, I think he wrote like a whole like 4-part thing, just reading through all of it, like how other people, I've been like, because I've done like a lot of, sponsor stuff, corporate stuff. So I see like all the corporate speak and it makes me cringe when I understand like what's being said and everything. And like listening to him doing his meetings with the management and the people calling, oh God, it was all just like, it was legitimately a triggering experience watching it happen.
Okay, I guess you have to be a Destiny viewer
I guess like his recollection
know about this stuff.
Yeah, it seems like harkening back to that, journalists are kind of like an insulated crowd. It seems like sometimes, I don't know if you've ever read, there was a story, it might have been a 538 thing, but basically like everybody that does politics is like a freak. Like we're very much like outside the norm of what is like an
I mean, that's objectively true. I can't argue with that, Stephen. I can't argue with that.
Average like U.S. citizen or average voter. We're very, very much selected for a hyper-specific group of people that focus on hyper-specific issues. And I wonder sometimes when it comes to like journalist crowds, it feels like there's kind of a maybe not explicitly enforced point of view that you have to have, but it seems like there is kind of like a line that is invisibly being.
What do we think, chat? Do you want some crab ops? Should I switch it to crab ops radio?
You're going to see like a lot more.
I think it's pretty.
You think it's pretty explicit? Okay,
yeah. I mean. Just because we're talking about the trans stuff, like the sports stuff you got in trouble for is a really good example, where the average person, including the average liberal, understands that like there's something a little bit complicated here. But every outlet from
this is literally the argument. It's an appeal to conventional wisdom. The average person knows this shit. Why don't you know this, you fucking lefty? You fucking leftoid, if you want to use Chud Logic's term. Yeah, that's, okay. Let's get some crab ops going. I need the crab ops, okay? We gotta have the crab ops. Crab Ops Radio by Melody Wave, who you can follow over at Melody Wave. Oh, yes. Yes, Sussy Baka. All right, here we go. I'm in the zone now.
The Nation to the New York Times to the New Yorker. Things have gotten a little bit better lately, but for a while it was all we heard was that, it turned out we don't really know who's male and female. We don't really know if post-pubescent guys are better than girls at sports. It was like...
everything becomes a question of like, to where, and I agree that like, what did you major in for philosophy?
I mean, I was a shitty philosophy major. I did a lot of I did a little bit of everything. I was not good at it.
Okay, if I use words like ontology, like you understand. I could understand in a very dry academic forum having a discussion about like the ontological properties of male and female. And those are fun discussions. I enjoy that. I think that's because I'm a loser.
Yeah, you need to be a little bit high, but they're good discussions.
Yeah, but if I'm in a public forum and somebody asks me like, do you think we can know what a man or woman is?
There are several levels of straw man here. When you're talking about trans people, trans women engaging in sports, the right-wing view is that what we're talking about is we get somebody that says, okay, I am a woman. So in other words, somebody that just figured out they were trans, they're not on hormones, they haven't transitioned, they, have, like, right, that's what they act like the issue is. That person is not allowed in competitions. What the Olympics and other sporting organizations who actually give a fuck about research, unlike Steven here, have said is that after, in most cases, it's like there's a 2-year treatment requirement and maybe even testing hormone levels, right? and that is what, you know, like that is one of the conditions, right? So there's a straw man on top of a straw man, right? There is less difference in our physiology than we think, right? So testosterone, and I know this because I took biochem, right? Testosterone is a, you know, as a steroid hormone, promotes the growth and strengthening of muscle and bone. So does estradiol, right? So does estrogen. They do it to a different level, especially when it comes to muscle. There is, you know, there's a significant amount of, you know, more growth with testosterone, right? But again, we're not talking about like taking people with typical male levels of testosterone and competing them against, unless Steven wants to do some cherry picking, which I'm guessing based on what he said earlier, that's where he's going with this. He's going to do some cherry picking. He's going to go to the very top of the tree and get those really juicy cherries before the birds do. That's what his plan is anyway. Let's see what happens when he flocks around. Does he find out?
Have to be willing to answer that question. And now,
does
I'm not
he
alluding
find
back
out?
to the Supreme Court justice when she was asked on the nomination bench, because I can understand why she might not want to answer it specifically. But I think that you need to be ready to have, like, there are varying levels. One of my big complaints when it comes to academics is kind of this unwillingness to step down and talk to normal people like normal people. Because there's this big problem where if you're going to start to say stuff that everybody, you know, liberals and conservatives will look around and be like, wait, hold on, we all understand this, why don't you? I feel like you totally lose your...
Because people think that they understand stuff that they don't understand, Stephen. And this is a great example of that. This is a great example. That is why, and here's the deal. Here's the deal. He's trying to act like there's this homespun, wholesome, based knowledge that normal average people have, and then these academics, they all want to get and confuse everything, but everybody knows what the real truth is, and it's that men are better than women at things, and like, right, and it just oversimplifies, it just runs over everything with a steamroller, right? That shit is not your friend. That is knowledge that's the most dangerous type of knowledge that you think you have and is wrong, okay? That's really fucking dangerous. And the fact that most people think this reinforces a perception that's based on no evidence, right? And when you actually looked at the evidence, like the Olympic Committee fucking did, you'll see that there's no reason to keep trans women out of sports. There's no reason to keep trans people out of sports, right? That is what the best of our science to date has confirmed, okay? So, yeah, no, this isn't your fucking appeal to, like, what the fuck kind of intellectual dog shit is this, Steven? This is fucking chuddery. This is beneath you. What are you doing? Swimming in these anti-intellectual waters, like, right? This is bad. This is really fucking bad. We got to be able to trust you not to try to weaponize conventional wisdom irrespective of the data. And then when you find that the data doesn't agree with conventional wisdom, to then cherry pick what data you can and be like, but what about the bone density? Oh my God, the fucking bone density. Show me a study that shows me the benefit of that bone density, because every variance in levels of bone mineralization is not exemplary of an advantage, right? Having too much mineralization in your bones can actually make them more brittle. So please miss me with that dog shit. Appeal to conventional wisdom. It's worthless, Steven. It's anti-intellectual garbage, and it should be beneath you. It really should.
Hold on the average person, because they're going to look at, like, DeSantis in Florida. They're going to look at people. They're going to look at people like him and be like, okay, this guy understands reality. And then they're going to look at, like, the left. That's unfortunately, the communications are dominated by the far left, and they're saying things like, well, I don't know if we need women's sports, or, you know, is it really that big of a difference between men and women competing, or right? And they're going to be like, well, hold on, you guys are fucking crazy. And then you
Anybody want some cherries? Anybody want some cherries? Steven just went to the top of the tree to pick us some cherries. Did you notice that? Yeah. That just happened too. This is fucking this is anti-intellectual.
Like
I'm sorry.
Kind of uncomfortable.
That's all this
about,
is.
Like, what is real?
Yeah.
Like,
Weaponized anti-intellectualism.
oh god, it drives me crazy.
I want to say you're gift wrapping something Republicans.
Yeah.
It's like even more than that. You're literally taking it inside their house and physically
Concern
handing it to them
fucking
because
troll.
It is the easiest thing in the world to
troll.
say. Look, women are adults, human females, but I think to be kind and decent people, we should include certain other people in that category, and we should do whatever we can to respect their identity. But there are a few settings, as everyone knows, where maybe biological sex should win out. I just explained that.
That's a dog whistle. That's a dog whistle right there. That's a dog whistle.
In like 3 sentences that I think like most people would agree with. I think the vast majority of people of any political stripe, if you tell them, well, we don't really know what a woman is anyway, they know you're full of shit. And it doesn't matter if there's some academic sense.
If I see anybody can appeal to fucking conventional wisdom this much, I know they're full of shit.
In which what you're saying is sort of interesting.
And this is why I X'd out on the intellectual dark web. There's nothing fucking intellectual about it, okay? They're intellectual when it's convenient to be intellectual. They put on the airs, the auspices of intellectual. They study their word of the day calendar so they can talk like they think an intellectual would talk. They develop speech patterns like Ben Shapiro so they can sound like they think an intellectual sounds, but they are fucking not intellectuals. And that is not a flex on me. I don't think I'm much of an intellectual either. I'm definitely on the pseudo tip of that, right? I'm not super, I mean, like, I'm educated, but I'm not super educated, right? But I don't fucking go around going like I'm not trying to represent like my work as being academic in nature either, okay? And the IDW most definitely is. They most definitely brand and package themselves that way. More exterminationist rhetoric, yeah.
5% of the population with a philosophy
He said
degree,
it to trigger.
It doesn't work.
I fell for it, didn't I? I fell for it.
Yeah, it's frustrating. And then for people like me who are, I would hope would be seen as sharing like most of the same kind of like moral foundations as most of the people on the left, it makes my job impossible.
Hey, Steven, I would hope so too.
Because I noticed this a lot.
But only time will tell, right?
Oh, okay, it came back. I don't know why that just happened.
Oh shit, that was him. Something
that was frustrating to me is half of my family is Cuban from my mom's side. I don't know if you know anything.
Oh, dude, I was just there for a week.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Cuban people that come to the United States are very conservative. So my Cuban family is like ride or die.
Cuban people who came to the United States in the 1960s and 70s were very conservative. Cuban people from the boomer generation are pretty conservative, right? The kids aren't necessarily that way, right? That's a old. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm like telling somebody of Cuban heritage about Cuban people, but like please don't forget that there's a difference between the generations, right? At least that I think that's an important fact, right?
Conservative. And it used to be that when I would argue with them in the past, like 5 years ago about Trump things, I could point to like very resolutely, like, look at this, like conservative media is insane. Okay, like I understand if you might think CNN, New York Times, Washington Post is a little bit biased, but like, dude, look at this, Mom. Like, how can you possibly do this? Now when I have these conversations, I like immediately have to backpedal, or I immediately have to say like, okay, there are like 5 or 6 major stories that like some of the mainstream media has gotten really wrong. Those Covington kids was a big one. And when I have to start off all of these conversations with conservatives, like immediately conceding.
Okay, so the problem with the Covington story is like, it wasn't really a story. What do I mean by that? It wasn't representative of like a larger like trend. It was like an individual incident, right? That where the clip came out. It was an internet story, right? It wasn't really like a, and sometimes, but the media, like when they see a juicy internet story, they got to dive in. And so, yeah, they're going to dive in. They're going to use the information that's available at the time. And if that information turns out to be misleading, then they're going to give a very misleading story at first, right? But that's not a left problem. That's not a left problem. That is a media problem.
Yeah, I still think that in many ways the right-wing fake news ecosystem is bigger and more developed.
Sure,
but at this point, we're sort of quibbling over. The fact is, things have gotten much worse on the left, and I can't really argue. I hate that when conservatives complain to me about stories being misrepresented. Like you, I don't know what to say other than like I kind of agree. I just think that on average, lefty media is still a little bit better, but it sucks that the it feels like the gap has been closed quite a bit.
Yeah, I used to, something that I think a statement I made a year or two ago was that I used to tell people that like misinformation is bad no matter where it comes from equally. And people get really mad. It's like, well, isn't misinformation on the right worse than the left? And it's like, I think the right lies more, but the problem is that, and we all know this from our personal lives, once you lose trust, it's almost impossible to get it back. And if you tell a few lies, then you're like, you're gonna lose like all trust, and then at that.
Then why hasn't the right wing lost trust already? You know how public relations work. You know how media works. It's not exactly like that. If you appear overly defensive, then yeah, anything you get wrong is going to be used to put your nose in the dirt. Because you look suspicious, and the left does a good job at questioning ourselves to the point where we look suspicious, right? If you go into that shit confident and know that you're on the right side of things, you don't really have that problem, right? It's the same thing on the other side, and unfortunately, I gotta it's like telling you that Santa Claus exists, right? But when it comes to media, truth doesn't exist. Oh, perception. Perception is all, right? Now, does that mean that you have to throw up your hands and say, okay, let's fight dirty now? There's no truth, there's no meaning, there's no nothing. Let's fucking take that black pill and go for shit, right? No, I'm not saying that. You can still point to the truth. You can still, give your best narrative that you think brings people closer to the truth, but all you're going to be doing is sweeping them in a direction, if you're lucky, right? Because a lot of times when people try to do this, they do it wrong, and they, the people's perceptions go everywhere, right? They're trying to make people, that's the challenge of rhetoric, right? Do you do rhetoric well? Do you move people in the direction that you're trying to get them to go, and hopefully what is for you the direction that you think the truth lies in? Or are you, do you not even care, and you're pushing them away from that truth because that truth is dangerous to you, right? That's really what you're asking at the end of the day. But yeah, this is not.
At that point, you've basically ceded.
This is really easy to oversimplify.
Ground to where people view the right and the left as equally credible. Which, when it comes to media, I don't think that's true right now. I don't. And when it comes to sciences and stuff like that, it's not even remotely true. But it feels that way when you get people that are sometimes eager to embrace like a half truth or sell a certain
I guess what I'm trying to say, chat, is that like this conception of the truth, capital letters, like I don't think it's not a thing. I mean, but I just don't think that like the truth is a state of material conditions at the time, for instance, right? Like that's a truth, right? Do we have like X amount of medical supplies for our hospitals, right? That's a truth. But in terms of portraying the exact truth in the media, we always miss. Even at our best, we always miss. And so, yeah, it's I don't know, like it's a small point, but like I think that if you don't have that in mind, if you don't recognize that, your analysis is gonna be flawed. If you think that like somebody's telling the truth, capital T, and somebody else is lying, no, they're presenting narratives, right? And maybe one narrative is like a better faith narrative than the other. It's closer to the truth, whatever that is. But anyway, sorry, I'm like hanging up on this is a hobby horse for me.
Just because they think that it plays into their social views or something. It's so irritating to me.
Yeah, man, it's bad. I vividly, I don't watch much Tucker Carlson, but I remember after the Covington Catholic thing, I was at a exercise bike on Planet Fitness. I have a very luxury life, as you can tell, and I watched him like go off. He's like, look at what they're...
I mean, much respect for being able to do fitness without a squat rack. That's pretty yeah. Definitely not an elitist.
This is what the left wants to do to your kids, and I thought it was like fucking brilliant. Like, I don't like Tucker Carlson, but I was like, I don't really know how to argue with this. Like, a bunch of big name people literally said they wanted to punch this kid on the face. They called them harassers. It was just I don't know, man. There's it's really bad. But again, I don't know. It could be your space and my space are in different places, but I do think the sort of rise of crowdfunded things has improved stuff. I also think that at places like the Atlantic and the New York Times, they understand that business model wise, they can't be propped up by Trump forever. Like, Trump was really good for their business.
Yeah, of course.
But they can't write stuff that only 5% of the country is interested in. So I think they're diversifying a little, which is useful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you have anything else you want to talk about?
No, I mean, I'm sort of curious. Do you think, like, your average, because I think you have a younger crowd than I do. Do you get the sense, like, the people who...
Oh, lying for political purposes? I don't know if I heard this one. Was this a time that Bosch was talking about, oh my God, what was it? There was some philosophy. It wasn't magical anti-realism, but it was some kind of anti-realism. Is that what you're talking about? The anti-realism discourse?
Who tuned into this have sort of totally given up on mainstream outlets, because I'm worried that can also go too far, and you can get to the point where, like, you're getting your news from some, like, weird disgraced doctor on YouTube or whatever, which is also bad.
Or from some catboxing kick girl. I'm a catboxing kick girl. Yeah, I fit that description.
Oh, I guess to go along with that, so here's another issue. The space that I want to occupy is already filled with fucking losers, okay? So, like, in my ideal world, I hate even saying this word. It feels dirty. I want to be somewhat of a centrist. I want to be a guy that can, like, consolidate or synthesize views from the left and right, and then give you, like, an accurate, like, this is what you should think based on my left-leaning values. Like, I want to be that person.
I love
that,
being
like,
bathed in bisexual lighting.
They're
This
confronting
is so good.
right or left-leaning stories.
It's so good.
But, like, all the people that say that they
Get that.
do that,
I love that.
I guess I don't know what your media flavors are, so maybe you like these people. But people like, I think it's Eric Weinstein,
and
Tim
Brett
Poole,
Weinstein.
Dave Rubin. Are you familiar with these guys?
No, I don't like them, and I've soured on them even more lately.
Yeah, because
that's a little bit surprising. So those are IDW figures, and he's saying he soured on them. So hey, Jesse Singal, you know that's good on you, right? That's
the problem is, like, as much as I'll criticize mainstream media, which I will, these people are horrible. these people are
Poole in particular is just like insane, and people.
I mean, thank God.
That we give him
thank
an
God,
opening
right?
where someone like him has such easy fodder to respond to, because he's not a serious.
But please don't turn this into, like, but if it wasn't for these lefties out there, Tim Poole's job would be a lot harder if he just wouldn't.
Honest person.
Yeah. But these are the people that are now seen as, like, oh, not Eric Weinstein. I think it was Brett Weinstein.
Brett Weinstein.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. These are the people that are seen as occupying that enlightened centrist.
The IDW.
Unbiased
Wait, that's what he's doing. That's Destiny. That's Destiny giving this his fucking signal, his head signal that he's gonna join the IDW. Interesting, but he's. I guess what he's saying is he doesn't like the guys that are there now. So, I mean, that's good at least. I'm glad you're not a fan of
Rogan,
Tim Poole,
right?
and
it's like, okay, well, fuck, like. If I market myself as that kind of person, like, I don't want to occupy the same space as these people, because I don't think these people are honest actors either, right? These people are just really, like, reactionaries, right? They're saying the mainstream media is bad, and I'm going to tell you the exact opposite of whatever the mainstream media says. Make sure to buy your ivermectin tablets. Like, that's what these people do, and it's like, okay, well, fuck, this isn't any better, right? It's the same problem, just on the opposite side now, you know?
Yeah, I'm biased because I'm completely biased because I went on Rogan once. I think he's a little bit different. I think he is not good at evaluating evidence on issues like ivermectin, and I think his system of, like, I'm gonna have my producer do fact checking in real time does not work when he has a charlatan on, which he does too often. But I think I find a lot of his interviews, like,
I mean, I will grant that Rogan doesn't seem like he does seem unaware of ideology, even though he has his tendencies, which are obviously more to the right.
I can listen to him. He has interesting people on. He doesn't push back. I think what someone like Poole is doing is really different, where I think it's just, like, intentional lying in a way that I personally I don't think Rogan does, but your mileage may vary.
My issue with Rogan is that I think he's irresponsible. It's not going to be. I don't think he's as focused in delivering a hyper-partisan thing like I think Poole is. My issue with Rogan would be, because if Rogan will platform almost anybody, although they tend to follow the right and then, like, never push back. I remember watching, I have read so much related to vaccine related stuff and COVID-19 stuff, because it was a really big debate topic for everybody in these spaces. So I got
mad
really
awkward. I'm just, like,
I'm just trying to, like, stretch.
Fucking,
is it John Malone? Is that the guy's name?
Robert Malone.
Robert Malone, the guy who quote unquote invented RNA vaccines, which is not true. Listening to that whole episode just made me want to tear my hair out. And the only thing that bothers me sometimes is when people are like, and I think Rogan does this. Now, again, I don't think he's a malicious actor, but I think sometimes he selectively pushes back against stuff, because I feel like there are a bunch of things that Malone said that if it would have come from a like pro-vax person, he would have been like way more critical of a lot of what was being said. But Malone could get away with just saying, you know, claim after claim after claim after claim, like, oh, like these doctors said this. But if it was like a pro-vax guy and somebody's like, oh, these doctors said this, you know, Rogan would be like, well, that's just a few doctors, you know, is that really like quantified in a study? Well, but when Malone says it, it's like, oh, wow, yeah, okay, sure, you know. So that kind of stuff with Rogan kind of drives me crazy. But
well, I think they're like different skill sets where Rogan is, I think, pretty good at like carrying an entertaining, winding, random 2 or 3 hour conversation. That's a very different skill set from having someone like Malone on and needing to make sure misinformation doesn't leak out to your audience in real time. That's like an incredibly labor and expertise intensive thing to do over a 2 hour conversation.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Unfortunately, though, I'm sure you remember, did you ever watch The Daily Show growing up?
Dude, I'm so sad about the latest Jon Stewart thing. I was huge.
I didn't even want to go there, but yeah. But
I haven't watched it, but I know because I already know what he's gonna say because it's the fucking white fragility bullshit. But yes, I was a huge fan of him. I was a huge fan of Colbert.
Wait, what is the latest Jon Stewart?
I'm not hip, but I was into Colbert before he was
What is
cool,
the latest Jon Stewart thing?
2000. Strangers with Candy, an amazing sitcom with Amy Sedaris. I love those guys growing up. I was a little bit of a comedy nerd, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
something that I used to agree with Jon Stewart a lot on. I'm sure you saw his when he went on Crossfire, right?
Yeah, a famous clip from like 2004, I want to say.
Yeah, and I agreed with him 100% that like it's not fair to hold him to some high standard. I think he was saying like, you know, you're expecting me to do serious media interviews, and my show was followed by puppets that do crank calls or whatever. I agreed with him when he said it back then. I don't think I agree anymore because I don't think it's enough to just say that like, you know, this is just for entertainment, because I think a lot of people end up getting all of their political like education through entertaining sources, whether it's YouTubers or Twitch streamers or comedians or whatever. I think that a lot of people, the vast majority of their political information comes from people like this, and I don't think it's enough anymore to just say like, oh well, it's just comedy, lol. Of course we're not being fair here, you know.
Yeah, well, I think the difference between 2004 and today is like,
so was that Steven's problem with me? Was that it was just comedy and I hadn't watched his stream, like, or I hadn't watched the video?
Because media was so gatekept for so long and there was so little of it. I mean, in the 1960s, everyone watched Walter Cronkite. He was like the voice of authority. It turns out that if you give people something like a free market of informational choices, they will not naturally gravitate to the best or most credible ones.
Facts,
They go to
the most entertaining ones.
Yeah, or the ones that just reinforce their biases, whether their bias is that the CDC is right or the CDC's hiding something. And I think one thing we haven't been able to grapple with is
interesting.
You can't force people to. If you go on Twitter for any length of time, you'll see these people posting the most visited pages on Facebook, and they're furious that it's like Ben Shapiro or whatever, and they're convinced that the Facebook algorithm is somehow rigged against better media sources, and they haven't really come up with a way of dealing with like.
I mean, I would say that it might be a demographic issue.
No, people prefer the hyper-partisan stuff. People prefer the partisan stuff, and I don't think any of us know like what consensus reality is going to look like in 20 years, or if it's still going to exist at all. If this trend continues, it's genuinely dangerous, just like for a democratic society, I think.
Yeah. So I guess
my landlady actually said something like that right when she was complaining about pronouns. Right when she was complaining about pronouns and stressing out about the fact that somebody might think ill of her for saying the wrong pronouns, right? So that was fun to listen to.
Broader conversation, and I'm curious, where do we go from here? How do we go from here? Because I feel like our media environment is, and every generation says this, right? It's worse than it's ever been. But I think we can make a strong argument with the way that technology works in social media and the way that everybody has access to these types of things. I think we're in a uniquely bad period for like information literacy and media. And it feels like it's only getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, no, I mean, I basically think we're fucked. And I think the sheer fuckness of our situation will reveal itself the next time there's a really close American presidential election. And it won't even matter if there's credible allegations of fraud. I think the next time it comes down to like one state, like it did in 2000, given media consumption habits, I don't think either side will accept that the other side won. And I think that'll bring us to like a new dangerous area. I don't think we're going to have like a civil war. I think Americans are too bloated and lazy for that, but I think we're going to have like a really slow, potentially painful decline of just like things are going to stop working. And I'm really worried about that. And I just see very little reason to hope, not to bum everyone out.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think some people get triggered when I say this, but like when I look at like January 6th, I think that the main problem with January 6th wasn't that like it was Republicans, or wasn't that they were storming the White House, or like I think that those things are bad, kind of. But I think the problem was that technically, like what those people were doing on January 6th was probably a righteous action if it was the case that our elections were being stolen. The problem came down to like what factual realities people were living in. You had a group of people that legitimately thought that like ballot boxes were being, stuffed under tables, that, there were governors or whatever that were certifying things. I don't know, there were like a million videos and shit that people were saying that Trump literally himself was saying that like all the mail-in voting was all fraudulent. And I think that from these different like information realities, you're going to have behaviors emerging from them that are technically fully justified and make sense, but only within the context that these people are living in a fantasy world. And I think Trump, unintentionally, because I don't give him credit for anything, because I really don't think he's that smart, but I think he kind of unintentionally stumbled into this like almost like this Russian propaganda thing where you can just basically say or do anything, and even if people know not to take you 100% seriously, they feel like everybody's the same. So you're in this world where nobody can like trust anything, And yeah, I don't know. It's really worrisome.
I'm going to a sportsbook website to see what the over/under is on how long it'll be before someone tweets that you support the January 6th rioters.
I've already had those conversations. Right. And people say it too. So yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
I have found the we don't need to veer too often to this, but it's been interesting. I don't know much about Russia, but watching this like audacity of Putin's lies and just saying stuff that everybody knows is false except for his allies, and I guess Russians without access to other information. Like I've come to better understand why Trump loves the guy so much. Like this is that there's such power in being able to say shit that isn't true, but being able to A, get away with it, and B, have people cheer you for it. I can see how that would get like kind of addictive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. It's like I can make it really. You don't have a music background, do you?
Not much of one now.
Okay. There's like this freeing moment where the words aren't really important. And in a way, you could say that Trump actually, like, he actually achieved this in a perfect manner, because I guess the living embodiment really of Russian propaganda is when people would say, what was this saying? People would say this all the time when I argue about Trump. Like, it's not like you don't listen to what he says, but you believe how he says it or something. What am I thinking?
Yeah,
of?
Don't take him. Don't take him literally. Take him seriously. Something like that.
Take him seriously, not literally.
Yeah. Take him seriously, not literally. Which I think is how like Putin speaks, and I think that Russians aren't stupid. I don't think that like when Russians see all the media coming out, they're like, oh, this is 100% factual. It's more just like, Putin probably knows what's going on. I think he's got a grasp of things. Like Western media lies too. This is just kind of the story we're being told. Everybody tells their own stories. It's this idea that I don't remember what it was. I read a long article a long time ago about how Russian propaganda works, and it was really illuminating to me. The goal that like you're not trying to sell people.
Oh yeah, you're just trying to sell confusion.
You're not trying to make yourself be the.
You're just trying to smudge it. You're trying to give.
You're just trying to make everybody.
You just want to give yourself a little wiggle room, like the people that like a few years ago, like there was a cholesterol controversy, and a bunch of people were kind of did this whole thing where like, oh yeah, like how the Ansel Keys study was proven to be false and everything. How like that's not accepted science anymore, except it is, and it wasn't. And how they proved that keto is actually healthier for you than eating a balanced diet, like it didn't, like, right? But you would hear this from a certain segment of the nutrition media. Yeah, it's the same sort of thing. And the thing is, in order to get you to eat their idiotic Petersonian diet, they don't have to sell you on the fact that there's no relationship between cholesterol, saturated fat, and heart disease. They just have to sow that seed that maybe it's not. And that's what they do. Cholesterol confusionism.
they look not credible, so people don't really know who to trust, and they'll listen to you because you like the story that they're telling them more than the other stories that are being told, you know? It's almost like theater, and Trump was unintentionally really, really, really good at that. Bowling Green, the massacre. Like,
oh my God, that was crazy.
Alternative facts, like these statements that like you couldn't imagine that there was like there was room in American discourse for some of these phrases. It's like unbelievable.
Well, I mean, it all started during Obama, right? Do you remember there was something called Jade Helmet, and it was a conspiracy theory that the United States military was doing military exercises in Texas for the specific reason of planning to subdue the population should it come down to it, right? And it goes along with the whole FEMA camps thing and all the kind of, you know, conspiracy stuff that was going on at the time. But yeah, I mean, like, it definitely goes back to, at least then, you could even say it goes back to like the, you know, 9/11 truther stuff.
Accelerated shit so quickly. Like the Bowling Green thing alone would have been like a month-long story. That was just one of a million incredibly dumb things that happened. I had forgotten about it for years.
Last night in Sweden. Yeah, what happened last night in Sweden? I don't know. Why? But yeah, who knows? Right?
The other thing is there's I'm going to mispronounce his name, but Václav Havel, I should know the name, but he's a dissident writer, Czech, and he wrote about this idea of like, in the USSR, you're a greengrocer. You don't have particularly strong political feelings. Why would you not put up the little sign in your store saying you support the revolution, you support communism, given that only bad things
in the
can
USSR,
happen if you say otherwise? Like, it doesn't matter how. I think that's part of what happens in places like Russia too, or not as severely, but in some communities here, it's like, it's just socially inconvenient to not pretend to believe stuff you don't believe. And I think people, in a lot of cases, overestimate how many Trump supporters even legitimately believe what he says. I think it's social convenience. They don't want to get in trouble with their friends, so it's weird. Belief isn't like this on-off thing. There's an element of performance.
And there's probably a certain element of, like, I don't believe Trump, I think he's lying, but if I say I believe him, it's politically expedient for the things that I want to see get done. For instance, stacking the Supreme Court in order to get them to overturn legal precedent, in order to get them to overturn not just Roe v. Wade, but the entire notion of privacy under the 14th Amendment.
To it that I think people should recognize.
Oh, thank you, Tala.
Yeah, for sure. Bringing us back to this topic, kind of like on the some of the trans issues or some of the social issues where I feel like there's an acceptable position to have and you're basically expected to have it even if you don't know anything about it or whatever. I don't know if you've had this experience, but this is something too, like, I think I have, at the risk of sounding very arrogant here, I think I have a pretty good handle or understanding of like generally the trans experience. And I've talked to people that come at me with heavy disagreements that you don't want to call me transphobic, want to say blah, blah, blah. And when I start talking to them, I very quickly realize, like, you have no idea what you're talking about. Like, I don't think you've explored. Yeah, like, you don't actually know anything about the trans experience. You don't know, like, the things.
Yeah, it comes down. Our guy won't do the horrible things that they promise to. And the left tends to go, our guys will do the things they've explicitly said they won't do. Yeah, the good things, right? What did he just say? Yeah, he said he, well, I mean, so for a while, Destiny said that he was non-binary, and he's changed his mind recently, and, you know, I mean, like, that's cool, whatever, you know, like, that's, you know, I'm a believer in self-identification, whether it's, you know, Destiny or somebody else, and people, you know, bring up the fact that, like, he's made gestures that he thinks that it's, like, body armor to be non-binary. It's not. It's more like a liability. It's more like something that puts a target on your back. It's not actually that at all, but, like, you know, that's what some people like to think, I guess. So before I came out, I totally get what it's like to be trans. I just get it. I don't know, everyone feels like this. He understands the trans experience. I get fixed, yes. But anyway, yeah, his latest thing is that, like, you know, that he doesn't feel that way, but he's not sure, because depending on who he talks to, being trans, you know, encompasses different stuff. And so, yeah. But yeah, no, he's saying, I mean, what he's saying is he thinks he studied the issue better than most trans people. And yes, all the, you know, all the disrespect that's inherent in that, that's
that you're saying are wild. Like some of them
what
can
he's
even
saying.
sound like Republican random talking points. One of the big ones that I've hit on recently is people saying things like,
I mean, I will say though, as identifying as trans for the time that he did, he, you know, maybe understands some of the, you know, some part of it, right? I don't think he's fully ignorant, but I think there's a lot that he gets wrong, and there's a lot that he's not aware of. And in trying to be an ally with that level of ignorance, and I gotta say it, there's a certain level of like, there's a certain level of talking down that he does to trans people that's not great.
I don't know what you stand on this, but I believe that there is an underlying fact of the matter of being trans in the brain. I believe that. And I think that's why medical intervention is so important, why these people have these experiences. But it's become more popular with that self-ID concept that, oh no, like there are no such things as male or female brains, like it's just kind of what people feel. And I was like, I feel like in some ways, based on the trans people that I've talked to and I've read emails from, that's a really invalidating thing to say, because you're basically calling these people morons. Like, why the fuck are you killing yourselves so much as shit if it's just like some shit you're thinking in your head, like, bro, change your mind, LOL. You know, like, how could you be so dumb?
Oh my god. I just, like, that statement belies either, like, a severe lack of understanding of the trans experience or, a willful misinterpretation. Like, really? Really? Is that what it comes down to? That if gender self-ID is a thing, then you should be able to just think yourself out of it? So this comes from, you know, a tendency that, you know, you could trace it back to the new atheist movement, right? To look at, and I'm not saying, like, I'm not disagreeing with atheism here. This is not nocommentchick, you know, God arc or anything like that, right? But just the tendencies of that group of people, right? They have a tendency to believe in reals over feels. In other words, they don't give a lot of stock to the subjective experience. So when you tell them that you have the subjective experience of being female, right, and that's what makes you a woman, they say, why not just change your mind then? That is not what that means, right? And it's either a really, like, it's a really brazen straw man, or it's just a lack of understanding.
But I notice when I talk to more and more people that people have like less of a grasp on these issues. They can't navigate the conversation.
No
like,
Catholic
man,
chick.
They feel fucking strongly about the topics.
That's what's so weird is like people on Twitter, especially, there's so much anger from people who don't know what they're talking about. Last night, someone came at my co-host Katie Herzog, who she got controversial because in 2017 she wrote an article about detransitioners for The Stranger, a Seattle alt weekly she used to work for, and this person comes at her and says, because of ghouls like you, I was prevented from transitioning for 15 years. And we both jumped in. We're like, how could that be the case? She wrote an article 5 years ago. And it turned out she like literally misremembered who wrote the article she was mad about.
Okay, no, I mean, maybe, but also, like that statement could be true on the level of because of ghouls like you, who might have also been writing articles like 15 years ago, because of the long tradition of people who shouldn't be commenting on the trans experience. Ray Blanchard commenting on the trans experience. There's a lot more, we're in a lot more of an uphill battle to get the treatment that we need, right? Katie literally spends all of her time hating on queer people. Yeah, I mean, she's very much on the, you know, they both are, like, you know, on that irreversible damage kind of mentality.
Things prevented her from transitioning, and now she's online yelling at someone totally different. People's brains just get so addled when they're marinating in anger and resentment on Twitter or Twitch or whatever. It's not healthy.
On Twitch, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And it becomes very much like a kind of a team sports, like everything,
it's awful.
Yeah. And like everything goes too. One of the things that bothers me as well is like there's this picture of the American Psycho guy where the caption is like, how I sleep at night knowing that my enemies are ontologically evil and all behavior against them is justified. And it kind of feels that way sometimes too, because once somebody's identified you as like the enemy, like all of a sudden everything is permissible too in terms of how people treat you, the beliefs that they ascribe to you, the characterizations. Like,
I mean, this is true, but I've absolutely seen you do this to other people, starting with Demon Mama, right?
Somehow everything is fascist.
You're right.
That's what's weird, man. I
mean, you're right, but like you do it too. Like, do you realize that? This isn't something, you're not criticizing something above. This is literally something you do, Stephen. Like, I just wonder if you notice it more when it comes from the leftoids than when it's you doing it.
I thought I'd gotten over just like there's a group of people on Twitter who hate me. I thought I'd gotten over it after the Texas shit went down. They're trying to literally take kids out of the homes of their parents if they transition. People decided that was my fault, which makes a lot of sense because I am the governor of Texas.
Motherfucker, you are providing the justification for this shit. Are you really that bad faith that you're gonna tell me that you're not the fucking governor of Texas? I know you're not Greg Abbott. Thank you very much. Thank you for insulting my intelligence, Jesse.
Yeah. And they a bunch of them started telling me to kill myself, like really earnestly. This is probably just normal in your neck of the woods, but
somebody on the internet told you to KYS? Holy shit, my dude.
To me, it was just like,
holy shit.
Occasionally I would email them back. I'd be like, do you really want me to kill myself? Like, do you really think this? Are you sure you'd feel good if it happened? And they're just like, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And it's the kind of behavior where if someone did that in any other setting, if you had like a friend in your friend group who was trying to get people to kill themselves, you'd be like, you're a genuine sociopath. But on Twitter, online,
no, trans people never hear those 3 letters, never hear KYS.
Like, no, that's just how people are. They tell one another to kill themselves. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what
or
this
even,
is.
I don't know anymore
what
about,
this is.
Like, in your friend group, if that would happen. Maybe in a reasonable one, it's so hard to tell, like, which experiences are normal versus what I'm just getting is, like, some hyper online shit. But somebody posted in my subreddit yesterday, or today, I think, which is really disappointing. I think he was trying to join some real-life, like, trans support group, I guess on Facebook, and they were going through, like, the process of validating the account to make sure it wasn't like a troll or whatever. And I guess they were basically saying, like, we can't let you in because, like, your friend watches Joe Rogan, so we think he's like a fascist.
Wait, they literally checked?
Yeah, they went through like all the media shit that he liked on Twitter or whatever. Like, yeah, we think your friend listens to Joe Rogan or Jordan Peterson. I don't even think he had.
Hey, Destiny, if there wasn't right-wingers right now getting into people's Discords to grab a bunch of screenshots and then characterize what they are seeing, which is maybe like advice on transition as grooming, then maybe trans people would be a little less fucking paranoid when it came to fucking letting people into Discord groups. Jesus fucking Christ, yeah.
He liked like some peripheral tweeter.
I mean, listen, I was at a Pride before where, the event was, there were Proud Boys trying to get in, right? They were trying to get into the event and disrupt it, right? Luckily, there was some very serious people that knew how to use weapons on the periphery, like, that would meet them every time they tried to get in. So they didn't come in, right? Because somebody was taking care of that, right? But I remember working, security for that event. By security, I mean I was there, ostensibly in the park in case anything happened. I wasn't confronting any, violent right-wing thugs or anything like that, right? But there was a guy that, like, that really did, like, just for several reasons, just like had this right-wing air to him, and from all accounts, in reality, he was there to celebrate Pride. Like, I didn't actually see him do anything bad, right? But security ended up, like, tailing him, just because there was, like, everywhere he went, people were, like, worried. People were like, is this, like, a right-winger, who's in here to disrupt things? And people would, would ask somebody in security, and then we'd get radioed to us, there's this guy of this description, I'm not sure what's going on here, and we were supposed to just, like, look and assess and see, is this guy somebody who's really disrupting Pride, or is this just, a person who's here to celebrate Pride that might not look, like, might look right wing from because there's nothing that's not a crime, and there's people that look and vibe and are maybe culturally, have the affinities that you would expect on the right wing that are LGBT people, right? And we don't want to keep those out. So, I mean, like that person wasn't banned from the event or anything, that wasn't kicked out, but because of the amount of times that security got called and the fact that he's got these security people, like, kind of hovering around him, he ended up leaving. That sucks. That sucks because I never saw anything that confirmed that he was trying to disrupt anything, right? And, you know, he should have been able to hang out there. But because of the environment that we're living in and because of the, you know, the toxicity of the hatred against us, you know, I don't know what else you're going to do there. I don't know what else you're going to do. I thought these people loved walls. True.
Whatever. But like, because of this, like, you're probably a fascist far righter and you can't be in this group. And it's like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Yeah.
People want it to be the case that America is like crawling with fascists and Nazis.
See, but there's two ways you can go about that, right? You could say that, like, okay, you know what? It was a friend of a friend, and, you know, you're not responsible for your friend's shitty take, right? Or you could say, hell, but Joe Rogan's not really that right-wing. Now, if it's the latter, if what you're saying is Joe Rogan's not really that right-wing, you are playing to the right-wing crowd, right? If you want to put him as a centrist or some kind of a, you know, like non-ideological person, you are really, you know, that is how the right-wing likes to see the world. Because they want to skew everything. They want to skew the entire Overton window.
Truth is a lot more boring than that. There's like, I'm very much on the left. I think Republican economic policy is shitty and like.
For sure.
Somebody's got to explain this like boss fight to me, right? Because it seems like he's starting off with like there's several different moves that he starts out with.
In some cases kills people, but that's really boring. To be like, we need to retake the Wisconsin State House is not as exciting as we need to march in the street and fight the Nazis. And once there's a demand for Nazis to punch, you'll start calling everyone a Nazi. You'll find Nazis everywhere.
Yeah, where you get people where I tweeted this out.
Okay, so then what he's saying is lending itself to the idea that maybe the Proud Boys and Patriot Prayer and all these other groups, they're not really that dangerous, and we should just leave them alone and let them take our fucking streets and intimidate people anytime they fucking want to, right? And what does it matter if a few queer people got beat up when they're on their way home, right? That's fucked. That's really fucked. Right? And it doesn't have to be this all or nothing shit of somebody has to be a fucking goose-stepping, you know, 1940s German uniform wearing motherfucker to be concerning. And I know maybe that's not what you're saying, but that viewpoint will get is servicing that crowd, right? That wants to see these people as just patriotic Americans out there to exercise their free speech by intimidating the rest of us. Literal fucking brown shirts. Not literal. They're literally black shirts, but, you know, figurative brown shirts. Anyway, you know what I mean, chat.
Like, it was so crazy how quickly we went from like it's okay to punch Nazis to it's okay to punch people that tell jokes. Because I started to see a lot of social commentary around the Will Smith thing where people were like, well, you know, he made a bad joke about a black woman, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, gee, what the fuck? Like 10 years ago, it would have been like, hey, we don't punch people for telling jokes. That's just never acceptable. Like, we don't even punch people for saying racial slurs. It's not like it's not okay. You don't resort to violence. But, yeah.
I wish I had, I mean, I'm not a tough guy. I've never been in a fight.
According to the law, no. Yeah, according to the law, that's assault, that's battery, that's dangerous, that's bad, right? But in common human, like, if you fucking go to your family's picnic and you have some family member that you got really strained relationship with, and you start to ask them about their marriage that just blew up, like, I mean, that is not to excuse it, but, like, I don't know. Like, there are such things as fighting words, and talking about a dude's wife's hair, I feel like that comes pretty close to it. And also, just in general, like, white people commenting on the situation, from what I've heard, has been pretty cringe. So I'm going to truncate my commentary on the situation at that, but...
I wouldn't do well in any combat situation, but I wish when punching Nazis was like a bigger thing, I'd gone harder on like the sorts of people repeating that on Twitter. Be like, why aren't you out on the streets? If you think we're at that stage where we need to be punching Nazis, why are you like, do you know like Arthur Chu?
Wait, so you can't be on Twitter if you're ever on the streets, if you ever go to a protest, then your Twitter gets locked and you can't. What are you talking about, Jesse? What are you talking about?
I don't, but I might be familiar with his work if you tell me about him.
He's just one of the fucking worst. But he's this guy. He's just like a shut-in who was bullied, I'm sure, and then used social justice stuff to start bullying other people when, because of Gamergate, he got a bit of a platform. But he's one of these guys who, like, he would be useless in any of these situations, but he's telling other credulous people, go punch Nazis. It's like, I mean, are you gonna pay their bail when they get arrested for punching? Why are all these internet tough guys not out in the streets? If you actually think we're on the brink of fascism, this is like what you're saying, like, say what you will of the January 6th people, but they actually, like, they did something. They were dead wrong and they're idiots, but they're actually taking action commensurate with the threat.
That was another thing.
Wait, I feel like if there's massive protest that causes disruption, Jesse's gonna be mad about that. You can't be mad at that and then also be mad that people aren't out on the streets, like, mobilizing for fucking civil war. What the fuck, dude? You're so bad faith.
I got
so
and my fan
bad
base is so
faith.
mad at me for saying it, but I said that recently. Like, do you know who,
this
like, Lauren
guy.
Southern and Nick Fuentes are?
Oh God, yeah, you debated Fuentes, right?
Yeah, and so I've done,
And your buddy and your oomfies with Lauren.
My comeuppance was debating, like, people on the far right, but
That's gonna piss him off. That's gonna piss him off.
I said that a while ago. I was like, listen, like, say what you will about them. Like, Lauren Southern,
Sorry,
when she gets money, she
Destiny.
spends all of it,
Sorry,
like, making documentaries
Steven.
about her cause. You know, Nick Fuentes, who's been banned from 50 million platforms, hosts these huge fucking conferences and get, like, Republican lawmakers to show up for it. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing, right? Why are you tweeting so much? Like, do something, do something. Why is, like, every big, like, left-wing, like, online, I don't know if it's true or not. I'm hesitant to even believe this, but, like, do you know is it true that the BLM organization bought a $6 million fucking mansion? Did that?
Yeah, there was a long New York Magazine article I need to read, but their finances are just completely fucked. It's really bad.
Yeah, like, what the fuck, guys? Like, why aren't we doing anything with all of our money? Like,
Shit.
like, this is another thing I've talked about recently a lot. Like, the left still likes to pretend that, like, we're under attack culturally. Like, bro, we won the culture war. Yeah, it's over.
Steven. Now listen, this was May 1st, okay? This was May Day. Steven had no way of knowing how poorly this would age, but holy shit, did this ever age poorly. Yeah, it's not under attack. The culture wars. We won the culture war. There's nothing to worry about. Oh my god, dude. Listen, this was under consideration. You should have at least known that the Supreme Court was considering Roe v. Wade. Now, like, whether they're gonna, like, to knock down the privacy clause, like, you know, as a concept in the 14th Amendment, reinterpret that, right? That is a little, nobody really, you know, anticipate. Well, I mean, some people did, but it wasn't like, you know, it wasn't a mainstream, like, view, but, like, you did at least know that this was under consideration. Oh my god, what a bad take. What a poorly aging take that was, right?
Now do something. We won the culture war. Like, but it's not enough to see, because, and this is like another, it's a Republican talking point, but I hate to say it, but, like, okay, like, we have a lot of liberal legislatures and a lot of liberal cities, and we should have the chance, like, oh man, was it I'm hesitant to cite Vox stuff because I'm not 100 on their stuff all the time, but I think they did a pretty decent video a while ago that showed that, like,
this is why moderate liberals are worse than useless.
A spinoff from Vox, but in all of the most liberal cities, I think it was, like, the more liberal the city is, like, the worse their outcomes are for, like, homeless people and shit. Because everybody's a fucking socialist when it comes to the United States of America, but people turn into fucking libertarians when it's talking about their fucking neighborhood, right? Like,
Yeah, man.
I mean, there's a truth here. I don't know how Steven's gonna twist this to just blame it on the left, but it's a problem of, like, like, it's I don't know, what do you want to say, like, fake allyship, fake solidarity, right? That, and also the fact that the homeless are have been so dehumanized, right, on purpose. Going back to, like, Reagan, right? Putting so what Reagan did, if you don't know, is that Reagan took institutions which would house people that were who were unable to take care of themselves, usually because of usually because of mental illness, right? And closed those down, and basically those people had no place to go. A lot of them ended up in the streets, homeless, right? And so now you've got, you know, people that are homeless otherwise, and you've got people that are mentally ill. And when you see the homeless, you're looking at both, you know, you're looking at, you know, all these groups, right? And through the, you know, bigotry and bias against mental illness, that was applied to, you know, homeless people as well, right? God, this is you know, I don't know how you're going to turn around and blame this on the left, but I'm sure you will. I'm sure you're going to say that it's socialists that are voting against, like, housing for the homeless, right? It is some liberal people. It is some rich, you know, liberals, right? That do this shit, right? They're very left wing on so many issues, and then on the homeless they have absolute chud-like takes, right? Look at what Giuliani did to rough sleepers in NYC. Yeah, right, to clean up the city, right? That was the...
Yeah, like, we need to help all the homeless people, but not the goddamn homeless person down the street. Get them the fuck out of here. Like, wait, what the fuck, you know?
Yeah, no, I was in Berkeley recently, and I had never really explored much. It's
so wait,
absolutely stuck.
Because what are you gonna say? Wait, what are you trying? Look, because here's the deal. According to the right wing, that talking point is that because you're too nice to the homeless, too many of them exist. You know, you're coddling them, you're treating them softly. And because of that, more people are like, I'm okay with being homeless. Yeah, that'll be fine. I'll totally... No, please, don't fucking miss me with that shit.
Really beautiful place, but try to build any housing there that someone who isn't a fucking tech millionaire can live in. There's a lot of hypocrisy. I think
Okay, so the problem was with tech millionaires. How are you blaming that on the left when most of them are libertarians?
Broader point is, in an attempt to be constructive, the amount of energy spent patrolling cultural spaces and patrolling newsrooms to try to get wrong thinkers out of them. Again, we've won in those spaces. Like, you have major companies flying the BLM and pride flags. Like, we've won. We've won. We should accept the victory. There's so much more work.
You don't win in that. Companies just take whatever view's popular at the time. If the tides turn and you know, this is an issue that's unpopular, they'll take that side. That's what they've always done.
To be done in making sure that vast swaths of America are not governed by right-wing chuds. And if there was more energy spent on that, I think a lot of the messaging would be different, and a lot of the sort of circular firing squad shit would stop.
Yeah, one thing that I get really worried about is how insulated these communities become. I think they start to lose track of what the modern, or not the modern, but the ordinary American thinks. And I think something that we're gonna see, if things don't change course dramatically, is especially
He's gonna get killed again. He's gonna get killed again.
In the last election cycle with, I don't know how much you followed it, but like the frustration that lawmakers had over the ACAB messaging and the socialist shit, because black people and brown people don't like socialism or fucking ACAB messaging.
Sorry, I don't want to talk over you, but...
Source? Steven's ass.
In terms of ways journalism is broken, it's been a fact of public polling of black people for decades in America that they feel ambivalent toward the police, that they feel the cops don't show up when we need them.
Sure.
They harass us. Both things are true. There is no black community in America where you get like a positive result when you ask, do you want to abolish the police? Do you want to scale back the number of cops walking the beat in your neighborhood? So watching mainstream outlets pretend that,
because that is offered as a la carte item. That is offered as if that is something that you get. No, that doesn't go by itself. All right, that should be coupled with more spending on social programs to reduce the overall crime levels. It's not just that. It's not just spending less resources on militarized fucking police. It's taking that money and repurposing it and realizing that the best thing that we can do, you know, the best use for money, if you want crime prevention, if you want a safer world, is going to be shoring up, you know, the material conditions of the people on the edge.
The pro-black, obviously I'm using air quotes there, position is to abolish the police or significantly defund them. It's frustrating because people are sort of, it's like identity ventriloquism. You're like holding up a black puppet and pretending that he wants this policy. That policy is favored mostly by white liberals. That's who wants
always.
But if they don't actually favor, because they wouldn't live in a neighborhood.
But in absence of anything approaching, you know, a citation, like, your shit is the same thing, right? How do I know you're not the one holding up a puppet? And concern trolling like you've been for this whole interview.
Without cops.
Wouldn't Occam's razor
that kind of shit drives me crazy.
lead me to believe that might be the case?
It's not a coincidence that in 2020, Black and Latino people actually went toward Trump, and it's moderate white people who went toward Biden.
And the polling on Hispanics, I think it was only.
So I think what he's saying is that like there was a movement, like there was, you know, Trump did better amongst those groups than you know, and Biden did better amongst white groups, but that's not like, it's misleading because it's making it sound like Trump's base is Black and Latino, and it absolutely isn't.
One major poll that started to show them almost hitting like equal support for Republicans and Democrats. Maybe it won't be that dramatic, but I feel like because I truly
you're right. I turned off the shiny logo.
Anything about like the Black or Hispanic experience in the United States,
except for their college classmates, or the people who write for the New York Times, who are not the same.
Who are very white. I get in a lot of trouble for saying that on Twitter, but like a lot of these Black colleges are very white.
They're not politically Black.
Yeah, like this is not. That's a more extreme statement, but like you get it, especially people that want to like group all brown people together, right? Like or even group all Black people together, right? Like African immigrants coming from fucking Nigeria are having a way different experience than. I just got an email from a guy saying like, hey, you know, like when I immigrated to the United States, like as a Black, I don't remember what country he said from, but he's like, learning how to be Black in America was a way different thing than where I came from. It's like, it's a totally
dude, are you telling me that people who come here from Ghana and Nigeria are hoping they'll find a place with no police officers?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's so crazy. Or that people coming from fucking Venezuela are like, yeah, pro-socialism. Like, bro, what the?
Or from less law enforcement.
Yeah, like, oh god, it's so cringe. I'm worried about. It sucks because I see this happening on both sides all the time, to where like one side is like fucking up so hard, but then the other side is like so eager to throw it back. Where like without going too historical on that. I get worried that like if the Democratic Party loses a lot of support from minority
was I right that this was cringe?
It feels like it's going to take a lot of work to start rebuilding.
They still haven't gotten popsicles though, so maybe I was wrong with the popsicles.
Has been made in terms of really understanding or communicating.
Chat, was Popsiclegate right?
Those communities, and if they get lost to Republicans, my biggest fear, and I've always said this, is if Republicans could just be a little bit less racist, they would have so much more support. If they could just get over their fear of brown and Black people, these are like some of the most socially conservative people in the United States. And I think that when those votes start pouring in, I think that
exponential cringe indeed. I agree.
Quickly switch gears.
I agree.
Because I think that right now, if we were in a colorblind, raceless society, I think that Black and Hispanic people would overwhelmingly support Republican messaging over Democrat messaging. Like, what do Republicans talk about? Strong families, traditional family values, like, you know, building communities. Like, these are things that minority communities tend to.
I feel like you have a stereotyped vision of minority communities a little bit.
Gravitate.
I'm not saying that opinion doesn't exist. I'm just wondering why you're painting with such a broad brush.
Towards a lot. It's just because Republicans have such a dog shit history.
It's almost like the thing that they do with the working class, right?
For Republicans to adapt their messaging to incorporate minority communities, then it's going to be for
the way that they stereotype the working class.
So they lose them. It's a really big problem, I think.
The other thing is that people overestimate. So, you know, Trump made that awful comment about Mexico sending its rapists there, illegal immigrants. The assumption is that like all Latinos are going to be outraged by that, but that's not really treating Latinos like human beings. There's obviously divisions among American Latinos, including on things like, it's not like any random Latino person is in favor of illegal immigration. You just need to accept that people are different. There's a really good essay your readers should read. It's called Being in the Room Privilege, Elite Cap.
I'm sorry, this is DGG. There are no readers. Just kidding, DGG. Just kidding. I'm sure there's some readers. Oh, that's right. That's right. You read manifestos. That's right. You read manifestos. Yeah.
Shit up. Anyway, great essay about by a lefty writer, and his whole point is like the Black and brown and other colored people who end up in white spaces making decisions and expressing their views are not like the average members of those communities.
I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing.
You get to write for the New York Times. Almost by
definition,
that
was a shit post.
You are not the average Black person. You can obviously say the same thing about white people. White people who write for the white people like me are not like
this is pretty
working class white people. But I thought that essay did a really good job laying it out from a lefty perspective.
Okay, yeah,
you're not a working class white person.
Yeah, the next election cycle has me really worried.
we're fucked. It's just, I think we're fucked. But yeah,
Since you're I don't know what, I guess we can't call him IDW, but like IDW light, you know, that I guess that you're not the same as other wealthy people. You're you know, you're proletarian in your right-wing bias and reliance on conventional wisdom on things that people get wrong, like trans women in sports.
I don't understand what the strategy is. I don't understand the tactical decisions. I think people refuse to just learn very basic lessons,
only
including in
cringe.
2020, that the groups you thought would be outraged by Trump for 2 elections in a row, they did not appear to be that outraged or offended by Trump. That should tell you something about your own values and your own messaging.
I mean, it would be a lot more helpful if you said, we saw this percentage point swing in the Latino vote towards Trump, and we saw this percentage swing in the black vote towards Trump. I think, though, some of the effect of that is what you're seeing is that basically Trump's, you know, approval ratings and those demographics couldn't have gotten lower. It was historically low in 2016, and with, you know, some time and some exposure to him, maybe a certain percentage of people just naturally were more comfortable. And it's almost like entropy. You know how like entropy works? It's like, you know, if you have let's say that we've got a box of nickels, they're all face up. So we've got 24 nickels in a box, all lined up, they're face up. Now, if I take that box and I give it a shake, God, why did I have to do that like that? I'm sorry. That was cringe. That was awkward. If I give the box a shake, right? I was trying to be demonstrative, whatever. If I give the box a shake, there's a very low chance that when I open the box again, we're going to see 24 heads, right? If 24 nickels were, you know, heads up, there's likely to be more heads down nickels than there were when we saw the box, right? Do you see what I'm saying? So in other words, when you know, the demographics, those voter blocks are pretty dead set against Trump, you know, there's nowhere to go but up for him. So I don't know if that's necessarily something to like weird champ about. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, at some point you have to.
Yeah,
move
neither of
off
these dudes
it.
are leftists.
Like, I cringed like every fucking Saturday when there was another fucking SNL skit making fun of Trump or whatever. It's like, it was funny 1 or 2 times.
I'm a
but,
hater?
Like, oh my god! Like, I understand that it's ridiculous, and he is ridiculous. Trump was ridiculous, but like at some point you're gonna have to move off it because like the Overton window has moved more than you
Who do
thought.
I hate?
You need to be receptive to that. You need to write to that idea rather than like pretending that everybody's still outraged. Yeah.
I think a lot, like, I'm stealing this point from a lot of people, including like Matt Iglesias, but a lot of the racial justice stuff, you could get the exact same results policy-wise, but get more people in your tent if you talked about it more in terms of class. This is not
poverty.
an original observation, but like
Listen,
one of the areas in which America...
Let me quote Mike from PA when I say, not to say that it all reduces down to, you know, class or anything, but yeah, that's a...
has really failed to
You're
live up
not
to its
even dog
expectations of, like,
whistling.
how we treat
You're not
working
even
people, the
dog
kind of
whistling.
the way they have to grind in a very wealthy society just to make ends meet. Easy shit to talk about, polls overwhelmingly well, but instead everything is about white supremacy.
Wait.
racism.
Oh,
Okay,
God.
so here's an important thing. So Destiny is left. I mean, Destiny definitely perceives himself as being on the left. You know, do I think, okay, so in an election between, like, let's say it's Hillary versus Trump next time, Destiny votes for Hillary, right? So I think that's what you mean when you say Destiny's left. And I agree, if that's what you mean, right? Destiny votes for Joe Biden. Destiny votes for Hillary Clinton. Destiny does not vote for Ron DeSantis. Destiny does not vote for Trump. I agree with you there, but there's an important distinction between left and leftists. And I mean, like, you understand that the difference, the breakdown is right at SOCDEM, right? You're SOCDEM, and what you're saying is, like, you like capitalism, but gee golly, does it ever need some reform? So let's put some reform on that capitalism and it'll be great, right? And when you go to the left of that, you say it doesn't need reform. It needs to progress. It needs to become a new system. It needs to not be capitalism anymore. So that's where leftist becomes applicable versus left or even like lefty, right? So I would agree that Stephen is, or I don't know, lefty almost means leftist now, though. But when you're saying left, as in like, you know, is going to vote for the Democrat over the Republican, sure, yes, absolutely, no disagreement there. But when you say leftist, no way. He's a sock dem. It sometimes, and at other times, you know, he just seems more like a centrist or you know, I mean, like, he self-identifies as like a neoliberal. Like, I would say believe him when he says he's a neoliberal. He's not a leftist.
Forces, but they're not. They don't.
That's a very conservative
stuff often.
It's a very conservative strain of you know, even like even liberalism.
Explains almost everything.
Yeah, or it can. I'm a very intersectional person. I still think that there are important places to talk about race and American society, even regardless of class, especially when we talk about like criminal justice and whatnot. But yeah, like when you're obsessively framing everything through race, I guess you said you haven't watched it yet, but that Jon Stewart, like the white privilege thing, like
white fragility, right?
White fragility.
What did he do?
I don't know if they use the term white fragility, but the white privilege stuff comes up a lot. And it's like a working class white American is not seeing this privilege. Like you're never going to connect with them on that messaging ever. It's not going to happen. And it's just, yeah, it's such a loser.
Okay, I don't know what Destiny meant, but what I heard was that like working class people aren't that bright.
Of a thing to talk about outside of I think that there are interesting academic conversations to have, very dry conversations to have, but I would never in my life make this like my political messaging. You know, it's toxic as fuck.
It's tuned exactly wrong for like our present era. The present era involves a lot of white people sort of falling down the income ladder, and the fucking opioid crisis hit them harder. There's millions of white people who, I don't know, you should tell them that you should have an investment in making society fair or making the economic system fair. Instead, you're like telling them this isn't about you. This is about this other group. Yeah. It's not good politics.
So what you just heard was class reductionism playing race against class. It's never a winning strategy.
Yeah.
We all lose when we do that. That's not what solidarity is about.
Well, anything else?
No, this has been pretty depressing.
Yeah, I think it is.
That's pretty depressing, my dude.
Unless you've got more questions.
Wait. Do we still have Destiny fans here? Okay, you probably want me to do Demon Mama at least once. Let me see if I can get, like, because here's the thing. The problem is with Demon Mama, she sometimes possesses me, but like, you know, it's just hit or miss. Like when I get the spirit of like a Demon Mama like welling up from within me and stuff like that, right? But it's like, just like, you know, when she's talking about some drama that happened and she wants to explain like what people were talking about, and she says, they were talking about me. Okay, there's Demon Mama for you. There you go.
Appreciate you having me on. We should do it again sometime. This was fun.
Yeah. Oh, do you follow, like, there are a few cool dudes on Twitter. Do you follow Noah Smith?
Yeah.
Have you heard of the Medlock guy?
Medlock?
Oh, he's an interesting Twitter account. He's probably worth following. There are like people that focus hardcore on like social issues.
Working class white people could understand privilege, especially from an intersectional lens. The problem is that these two in the conversation think it's too uncomfortable to deal with. Yeah, and I feel like there's some they're looking down too at the working class. I feel like they stereotype the working class.
I'm sorry, I don't know why I said that. Not socialists. They focus on like economic issues and whatnot, and try to be like a little bit more realistic about, you know.
This is James Medlock.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he'll be Medlock on. Yeah,
James motherfucking Medlock.
Yeah,
that's right.
I wish that. Yeah, man, I wish. Fuck, just bringing them up brought like 50 million more things that I want to complain about.
No, talk about. I mean, I'm happy to stick around more.
Just say the obsessive drive over fucking student loan debt like kills me.
Oh my god! No. This would be a fucking winning issue for Biden. Do you fucking want to get Biden? Like, you're not sorry, Biden. Like, I mean, do you want to get like? Do you want to reduce the amount of Republicans like winning in the midterms? Like, right?
Nobody,
like, that is one thing, that is possibly the one thing that Biden could do that might help that, right?
Knows anything about college education. Nobody knows that like college education is like the big.
Nobody knows that most of the fucking student debt is held, like a greater proportion per population of student debt is held by non-white people. Yeah.
driver of wealth inequality in America. Like, if you get a college degree, you are so good compared to the average person. And everybody is on, like, it's so crazy because when you go on Twitter or Reddit, you would think that like college degrees are for losers. Like, if you get a college degree, you're fucked. It's gonna fuck your life up. It's basically like a fucking like an opiate addiction. You're fucked. But it's like, these are so important. But like, everybody online pretends that college degrees suck. They don't do anything. And like, I see online spaces dominated sometimes by conversations about like, where's our student loan debt relief? Why is it budgeted? This is the most important thing you can do to win so many voters over. And it's like, no. I think
like the people that downplay the role of education a lot of times are like right-wing libertarians that are all about become an entrepreneur or, you know, learn to code or something like that. You know, there are skill sets that you can gain or, you know, things that you can do that maybe you can, you know, not have to go to college to do. And those are the kind of people that focus on those. I feel like lefties are, you know, usually the ones that are emphasizing the importance of education and the importance of education being available to more people and not saddling you with a lifetime of debt.
Was it Matt? It might have been Matt Iglesias that tweeted recently.
Oh shit, Pisco's in that chat being based. Pisco95, a friend of the VOD, is in there actually disagreeing with Destiny on that, it looks like. That's
like,
good to see.
Was he the one that
That's
tweeted the
good to
median
see.
student loan debt is $0?
Zero, yeah. People got really mad at him for pointing that out.
And then, oh yeah, there were a couple really funny Twitter threads on that. Did you see the guy that was arguing with him where he was like, if you remove the 50 richest Americans from the median, what would the median income go from 50,000 to what? And it was like,
Oh my God. Sort of messing up.
yeah, I know.
I mean, but I think a lot of this really just comes down to like,
Okay, yeah, that being that the median income is the one that not the one that gets skewed by outliers. The mean can get skewed by outliers, right? But the median would be the person that if you stack everybody up in order of income, the person that's right in the middle, that's the median.
whatever issues are most salient to people with college degrees get the most attention. This is an obvious example of that, right?
Yep. Yeah, for sure. Oh, okay. Quite a different topic. I'm curious. I was a really big coming up 2016, 2017, really big like Citizens United, corporate lobbying, all these stuff. This stuff like destroys all of the American political system. Like it's all the corporations, corporate lobbying, all the money spent on campaigns or whatever. In getting more aware of kind of how regional politics.
The chat is accusing Pisco of soying. When you disagree with Daddy Destiny, you're soying.
Are in the United States and getting away from this obsession of like what is
strongly support forgiving all student debt. Fuck yeah, Pisco, why are you there? Seriously, why are you there?
Let's think about something.
You're too based.
District by district.
You're too based for this chat, Pisco.
I'm just curious your general thoughts on this.
They don't appreciate you.
I feel like the American political system actually works exceedingly well. But I think the problem is that the group of people that vote are not the same group of people that you see represented on Twitter, aren't going to be the same group of people that maybe need representation in our electoral system. And I feel like a lot of the issues that we have with our country don't necessarily come from like undue corporate influence or lobbying, but it just comes due to the fact that like, you know, the types of people that vote typically select for certain issues. And that's why we see like little progress made on certain issues. To make this a little bit more grounded, during the whole BLM riots, we talk a lot about like, you know, criminal justice reform, like what's wrong with the police? And it's like, okay, well, this is going to be a local city issue. But if you look at the percentage of people that vote in city elections, it's 20% of people. And who are these people? They're white, they're decently wealthy, and they're old. AKA, they're people that will never give a fuck about criminal reform because these aren't people that get arrested. They don't care. So these issues will never change. Yeah, I'm curious. Do you think you have a idea?
Do you know the concept of preference intensity?
I thought we were going to maybe talk about wasn't there like a Greek city where they would like literally whip people to get them to go and vote? They would like force them.
No,
so, like,
based on the
do some kind of mandatory voting.
Yeah, what elected officials will show more deference to issues that are more relevant to the people that are voting or something.
Yeah, it's basically like if you have 100 people.
Oh shit! Run, jump! Oh god, this is too hard. I don't know if I'd be able to beat this.
Generally pro.
I don't know if I'd be able to beat this
but
boss.
10 of them are obsessed gun nuts. The gun nuts are going to win every time because they'll organize people. They'll get voters. And I think that's a lot of what's going on. They're more motivated. We're like. I like your theory. Someone should write that up. Like American politics actually work well. It's just we should want different people to vote. I think I don't know much about zoning stuff, but I do find it resonant. And it seems like in most big cities, it's really hard to build more housing and to make housing cheaper. And that's because the people who would benefit the most from that are not voting or are not mobilized.
Or don't live there yet because they can't afford it. So you have a bunch
or
of
literally get pushed out to another shitty
you've got hyper entrenched homeowners that, to be fair, they're voting in their interest. They just want their property values to go up and they want to protect the character of their areas or whatever. But that leads to your housing situation being more fucked in the United States than it ever has been, with no solution in sight.
No. And I think it's more satisfying to rail against like greedy landlords, of which there are definitely some, or developers. You can hammer at them all day and get attention for it, but actually solving these problems, from what I know about it, it's really intractable. It's really difficult. I have a friend who actually does I don't know.
I mean, there's some countries that have had some success with that.
Developer that does mixed income housing in California.
Being more concerned about the landlords.
Trying to build a single unit of affordable housing anywhere in the Bay Area, like the shit people will come up with, including sometimes they will pretend to have found Native American artifacts where they want to build it, because then that activates a whole other bureaucracy where you need to make sure there's nothing else buried there. It's like, I don't know. I've really soured on liberals from backgrounds like mine, like affluent liberals, because I don't think we actually show that we give a shit about the stuff we claim to care about.
Yeah, it's just all like social kind of signaling on Twitter and shit.
Well, I mean, I
do feel that way too. Like, I don't.
I'm okay with the liberal bashing as long as your solution is like to the left of liberalism.
Like people care sometimes, and I
fear that yours and Stevens
like
isn't.
I'm not gonna pretend that I came from like a crazy ghetto or whatever, but like my background before I got into stream was like very, very, very working class, and especially. During the Rittenhouse saga, some of the things that I saw white liberals saying blew my mind. When you see people saying things like, oh, like it's just property, or it's just like a business, like who cares?
Insane.
Like you've got insurance.
So because you don't like the way that you're coming off in the argument, you're doing the thing where you're characterizing all my opponents are rich liberals, when most of the people that are arguing against you on Rittenhouse are leftists. Right? Anyway.
And in some cases, they're saying this when people are being burned alive. I mean, it's not that there were a huge number of deaths. People did die.
Yeah.
I could not believe that shit, man. Yeah. That really radicalized me, too.
Yeah, and even regardless of death, it's like, man, you say, like, it's just a business, but, like, bro, like, some people, like, their families will spend their lives, like, building this shit.
There we go. There we go.
To some of these people. And for people to just, kind of like, oh, it's just property. Who cares? It's like, okay, well,
yeah. You just make counterpoints, Kuminist. Trousers.
You don't care. Like, I don't care now, because if I lose anything, I can replace it. But like, if I was like a working class person, and I've always had like really conservative views on like self-defense. Like, if somebody would have stole my shit while I was going to college, I would have fucking killed a motherfucker. I would die protecting my shit, because I don't get a lot of shit, right? And everything that I buy is like, this is like 20 hours of me earning $5.25 an hour at fucking McDonald's. Okay, you better believe I'm about to die for my car stereo.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, like, oh man, the message.
So in other words, it's not working class to be for like, for less harsh, like, penalties on crime. It's
on a lot of that drove me super crazy as well.
We're fucked.
Yeah.
That's the conclusion. We're fucked. But you and I can make money off the fuckness in the meantime. So work out.
True. That is true, but
oh shit, that's so gross. Did you hear what they just said?
Yeah, I don't know what the solution is. I truly don't know.
Damn, he got.
I wish that there were more
owned again.
I hate to say this. I wish that there were more conservatives back on these online spaces. I feel like...
Of course you do. And that's why you're platforming Lauren Southern.
A natural tension that exists between two sides that pulls each other to a little bit more realistic positions. And I feel like ever since conservatives basically got axed from most social media that I can see, at least, it feels like the people kind of like slingshotted off on the left into these insane areas where, like, I've seen tweets with like 20,000 likes of people saying shit like 15 an hour is a slave labor, like 25 an hour is the...
So shit's moving to the left, and you see votes behind it, and you see energy behind it, right? And you interpret that as being because what? People got kicked off for being chuds? Chuds got kicked off for breaking TOS. That is a tendency of the right to just, like, have the entitlement to thinking that the TOS doesn't apply to them, but it turns out it does. And it also applies to the tons of leftists that have gotten banned. People think that only right-wingers are getting banned off social media. That's literally not true.
The the floor. You know,
left-wingers get banned all the time. Just ask anybody who's argued with TERFs, right? This happens a lot.
People like Brianna Joy or Brianna Gray or whatever the fuck, like these people
TERFs
that are
will literally try to
totally insane
TERFs will literally try to trigger you into breaking TOS so they can get you banned.
Or when I see these people like that Brianna, are you familiar with the Brianna person?
Yeah, I know her a little bit. Brianna Joy Gray, right?
Brianna Joy Gray, yeah. I always call her.
See, I said this Keffels person. That was totally a thing that Destiny would say. I think my joke was hilarious. I think that the DGGers that are acting like they don't get it, or like that I was too confusing, or I'm on some kind of schizo post or whatever the fuck they were saying. I think y'all are just haters. Either that or you like legit just got like zero reading comprehension. I don't know.
Sometimes I call it Greyjoy because I've got Game of Thrones in my head. But yeah, when I read things like from her, like, oh, like I'm just trying to afford rent, like you don't understand how hard it is, and like these people have like Patreons where they're earning like $20,000 a month, and it's like, are you serious? Like you're literally a Harvard grad. Like come on, like why are you pretending to be like a working class poor American? Like oh my god, it drives me crazy.
You should have. Do you know the name David Shore?
Oh yes. Oh no. Yeah, I know him. He got in big trouble over the BLM riot stuff. Yeah, he got fired.
He's at the Vanguard. I think he's only like 30 or something. He, in terms of, just to try to end on a slightly less pessimistic note, people like him have a good grasp on the polling, and they, I think, offer like pretty. There's no such thing as pure objectivity, but pretty objective approaches to like how Democrats should frame shit. And I think the more people realize that the existing consultant class sucks, and the more people realize people like David Shore know what they're doing, the better the left will be if they listen to people like him. You should have him on. He'd be great.
Yeah, I might. I try to bring people like that on.
Can somebody remind me who the fuck David Shore is?
I have something specific to talk about. So if I had a particular topic, yeah, I would bring him on. But we read a lot of his stuff over the MLK riots, like arguably leading to Nixon, the BLM riots, and how the popularity falls when stuff gets violent. He got a lot of heat for that, obviously. But yeah, he's a really interesting data analyst. Like the data wonks are always fun to read because their messaging is oftentimes so much different. than what people are actually talking about. There's almost like no relationship whatsoever. So yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, you probably remember this, but like I was sort of ambivalent between Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders during the primary. I thought they both would have been good. There's a lot of fighting between those two camps. I don't think they're that different, but I was wrong. I thought Biden would lose. But there was a moment where during a primary
also, like Liz Warren legitimately like lost her chance to win. Like she was positioned to be one of the foremost candidates, right? She was positioned in there and she messed it up. She self-inflicted a lot of, she kind of kissed the ring of Hillary too much. She just did a lot of things that basically lost the crowd, and she was so fucking vindictive at having lost to Bernie that she went along with that plot to just like do him in.
Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, she stayed in, right?
Tells a trans kid she's gonna let him or her. I'm not meaning to
misgender. Like if you're somebody that wants
veto.
Look. If you're the good Elizabeth Warren, then you're the one that says, "I want it to be either me or Bernie." She literally had the chance to do that. She literally, or at least give Bernie a better chance by dropping out when all the lib candidates dropped out, right? To at least be like, okay, let's like legit have it between Bernie and Biden. No, dude, Elizabeth Warren, like
Department of Education.
If you're supporting her, you got problems.
Gonzo,
she didn't have
pandering thing, and when stuff like that,
she had lost the fucking primary even before that. Like she was not viable.
That happens. You're like, what happened to this otherwise like pretty good and I think fairly credible candidate? Who is she listening to? Who tells her you should announce on national TV to 100 million people, this is your view? I just don't know who's like whispering in their ear, telling them to be dumb. And I guess in Biden's case, either he's too old to even hear what people are whispering in his ear, or he just knew to ignore it because like his base is fucking South Carolina church ladies who don't.
I think the famous owners of the Ski-Doo shop from Terre Haute, Indiana, are working class, right?
Don't care about that shit.
Chapo
I do
Trap
think
House
Biden
example.
did a really good job at holding on to that moderate Democratic vote, resisting all of the cultural pressure, because Jesus Christ, is there a lot to it? Now, maybe he's too old to use Twitter, so he doesn't even see it, maybe?
He's like literally physically incapable of using it.
Yeah,
there's no way.
Like,
There's got to be somebody doing that for him. Hey, what's up, Max?
No, I mean, I like to think he's been in Congress for a long time. He's worked
he
with
talks a
black
good game, but it's just talk.
I would hope that he's a little bit more connected. I feel really bad because I feel like I'm pretty, when it comes to economics, I'm pretty grounded. I'm not into the socialism stuff at all. So Bernie Sanders was I would say probably significantly to the left of me in some economic aspects. But I will say that like I thought Bernie Sanders did a really good job at selling like a pretty extreme economic platform, but his messaging and the way that he communicated was always like pretty effective and pretty grounded. And it feels like when Bernie Sanders left, all of like the Bernie Sanders fans just became fucking insane.
There's a little bit of a cult of personality there, which is not helpful because like he harnessed a lot of useful energy. And I do think like just on the is he too far left thing, I think the reason that doesn't bother me is because of the nature of Congress and because of how hard it is to accomplish anything at the federal level. Like it just doesn't matter. Like whatever his more extreme tendencies would have been cooled off by Congress and by moderates in his own party.
Yeah, which is always like that would have been my thought. That like it's not like
Chad is literally echoing the Bernie Bros.
Like Bernie Sanders is going to get in and through like emperorship like decree.
Saying burn out Bernie Bros.
Yeah, full communism or like that.
Not that he's even in favor of that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So that's a mischaracterization of the demographic that supported Bernie Sanders, which was not heavily male, heavily bro, heavily, frat type personalities. Now, are there people like that in supporting Bernie that were shitty? Probably at some point, sure. But like again, we're now cherry picking.
But yeah, I get a little bit disappointed that like basically like if I find out that somebody was a big Bernie bro, I know this person's gonna be batshit insane.
And you're
which is unfortunate because Bernie himself wasn't. I think he was a pretty measured guy and pretty realistic and like had good takes on most things, even if I disagreed with them. But yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. He's not always
Wait,
well represented.
I almost think that Steven just likes his personality.
His most ardent followers.
For sure, yeah. Do you think Trump is going to run again?
Good question.
I don't see how he couldn't. Like, what else would he do? I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. I haven't made any strong predictions. I
don't
look. I think that Trump will run unless he like suddenly, has a super health crisis.
People are like DeSantis would beat him in the primary. I'm sort of like, I don't see how, and I don't know. I'm very worried we're gonna have another Trump presidency.
I mean, the way they do it would be by out-Trumping Trump, and you've seen this happen a few times, like where Trump talks about like having gotten the vaccine and his crowd boos. There is a vulnerability that he's shown on that, right? He's basically riding the tiger, and if somebody decides to ride the tiger harder than him, he might be fucked. But
which like would be a real
you're right. This is a cult of personality.
I feel like
unfortunately DeSantis also has a cult.
I'll make
and some of them are Trump stands
prediction live on stream.
I think
here it comes. The DGG analyst. I called Biden early. Okay, so we're good here. Okay, I think that if Trump does run again, I think he will win. I think he'll win. I think he'll win bigly.
Oh God,
actually, maybe not bigly, but I think he will win.
If I had to bet my life on it, I'd have trouble betting Biden over Trump. Yeah,
just because like. Whether it comes down to economic issues or whether it comes down to the idea that like I think Trump was really good for the Democratic Party like getting all together because it gave you like a common enemy to hate and it like super rallied because like as much as I like Biden and I think he's done a phenomenal job as president, like Biden, I don't think Biden is the type of guy that gets more votes than any other president in US history, right? I think that
you mean if you don't have a counterpoint like
correct. Trump was the guy that got Biden more votes than any president in U.S. history because people hated Trump.
DeSantis is scary.
This guy,
yeah,
otherwise
for real.
respect. He's been dipping into conspiracy theorizing. He's like, does anyone actually think Biden got that many votes? I was like, yes, people really hate Trump.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
I super believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, Biden was a historically weak candidate.
Yeah.
As was Hillary.
If Trump wins again, though.
And this is an effect of the
fact thing that I will say
that the seniority system and the transactional nature of the Democratic Party tends to pick candidates that aren't necessarily the most charismatic, the most viable, right? And they'll go for those people over somebody who might actually be able to win. They will never stomach a Bernie Sanders because the year demands it. And in 2016, the year did demand it. Bernie Sanders would have beaten Trump easily. And I think that that's becoming harder and harder to deny. That wouldn't have been Hillary. It's not that Trump is like a good candidate or anything, right? Or really had anything meaningful behind him. It's just that Hillary Clinton was like historically weak.
Is I was delightfully surprised at how
So is
tenacious the
Biden.
American system is. Because for
This
all,
time, yeah.
for all that people say about fascism, or
no,
whatever,
dude, there was only fucking a bunch of chuds running through the fucking houses of Congress. Yeah, no, it's real fucking, real good
I think that Trump
system,
legitimately
real
would
durable.
be a fascist if he had the power and opportunity.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And how that anyone could deny, and this is also part
I don't think that Stephen is giving credit to how close we actually did come
of the reason
to
I don't go too far in the other direction.
that
People are
becoming
like,
a real possibility.
Half the people who are like, wokeness has gone crazy don't seem particularly concerned that a dude really tried to steal an election. Like
Yeah.
the worst thing that can happen to a democracy. They're not concerned by that. They're concerned by the crazy TikTok teachers with green hair who I
Yeah,
acknowledge
okay,
are annoying
that-
and dumb. And I wouldn't want, if I had kids, I wouldn't want them taught by them. But that's not,
Oh my
maybe not as big an
God! Oh my God! He throws a bone to libs of TikTok. What the fuck?
issue as someone trying to steal
What
an
the
election.
fuck, Jesse?
Yeah, I did. I had a debate with a bunch
Oh,
of conservatives in a bowling
no.
alley recently, and I remember
Oh,
this. I made that
no.
statement where it was like the
You did
craziest thing
not.
to me is, however crazy people on the left can be,
It's
like,
almost like
crazier
they're. It's almost like they're controlled
to me that
opposition.
Republicans have convinced you guys that like the 1.2% of trans people in the United States, those are like the enemy that are destroying your country. Like it's such a crazy.
That's a Zonia take right there. It's the really bad transes that are messing it up for all the rest of us. Oh my God, Destiny.
Crazy culture war
Oh
thing.
my
And it's not,
God.
you're missing like the bigger picture completely for these niche social issues. But yeah.
It's really insane. There's on both sides, there's an inability to like, I don't know. I can be concerned about the illiberal shit going on in New
Steven especially. It's. I don't know. Steven's laugh actually kind of like a little bit unnerving, a little bit.
newsrooms
Creepy.
and on university campuses without thinking that's the biggest thing in the
little
world.
bit.
There's certain there's something in the air where everything has to be the biggest thing ever, and I think that's very unhealthy.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The biggest doomer moments I think I've had are the how blatant a lot of the Trump stuff was just crazy to me. The election stuff where he's like on the phone with the governor of Georgia. I need you to find 24,387 votes. Like, well, bro.
Dude, if it was in a screenplay, you'd be like, "This is way too unrealistic. We can't do a fictional film like this. It's crazy."
Okay, I don't know if you're stealing quotes from me, but yes, I've said that exact quote so many times.
No, I did not.
No, I know, I'm joking, but like, there are so many parts of the Trump presidency that if you tried to write that, people would be like, okay, it's another Sorkin dialogue of totally unrealistic bullshit. This would never fucking happen. There were like 27 different moments of the Trump presidency where that shit happened, right? Like, oh my God. This is the most important question I'll ask you all evening. Do you think that Trump really believes that invisible planes are invisible? Because I don't know. I'm not sure, man. Listening to him talk about it?
I think philosophers could argue for thousands of years on just the concept of something that Donald Trump does or doesn't believe. It's such a unique mind that it's like trying to understand 5-dimensional space or some shit.
Yeah. Jesus.
Hey, what's wrong with 5-dimensional space? I mean,
How
that's
do you think?
not that
How do you
bad.
think Biden's done so far? I guess as a president, what do you think?
It's easy to
I think
conceive
he's
of.
done.
You just take the
basically
dimensionality
fine.
that we have, and
like
we
everyone
add
else, I was sort of alarmed
N
by the
plus 2.
Afghanistan thing, but I'm not sure there was
Simple.
any way to pull out that wouldn't have been a fucking disaster. Because to me, our presence there was a much bigger disaster than anything related to the pullout.
Okay, that's
I
the
think he's been
first
fine.
base
I don't think
thing.
he's inspiring. I think it worries me that I think some people think like Kamala Harris is an actual heir apparent because I just find her to not be an effective politician.
You
give
might
her,
be
like, a
right.
B. I
You-
think
you
some
might be
conservatives
right.
have done a good job somehow convincing people, including some independents, that like things got much worse when Biden came into office. I just don't see how anyone could believe that, but I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, my dude. Mochaccino, Frappuccino, Al Pacino.
Biden will run again, right? He has to. I feel like I remember during the primaries he said he wouldn't run again, but I feel like if the Democrats gave up their incumbency advantage, it would be like just unfathomably stupid.
I don't know.
I think he has to run again, even if it's like just to
From
fucking
a
retire the
wheelchair,
day
or-
after.
yeah. He's like in a
He's like in
hospital
an
bed.
iron lung.
That seems like a bad
They wheel him out on
idea.
stage for the debate. He's
That
got like
seems
the
like a
fucking,
really bad
the
idea.
Stephen Hawking.
Oh, that's such a bad
teleprompter,
idea.
Like reading
Hey,
You know what they should do?
Did you ever think about this? Okay, so let's say that Biden runs and it's like September and he either has a health crisis or, heaven forbid, dies and he can't run. that might be a forfeit. Like, not really. Like, obviously the Democrats would put somebody else up there, right? The vice would be, would be running instead. But that might not be a possible. There might be no way to win that election, right? You've got to. There's so much like groundwork that you've got to do in such a short time. Like, right? That might actually just like be the game, set, and match right there if that happens, right?
So if he actually,
especially if it's handing it over to Kamala,
dies, go full
she is really uncharismatic.
Biden's, where you just like prop up his corpse and like put a voice box in him.
Jesus, that's really dark, but
we can at Biden's. Okay. Okay.
Man. Do you find okay, actually, going back to the topic of the conversation, do you find that are you employed, or do you just like write like freelance?
Are you employed?
Do you like work for a particular company?
Or do you sit around all day on Twitter?
We got a Substack gave us in advance for our podcast, so between that and my newsletter,
I'm sorry, on Substack.
It's working out. I'm lucky.
Okay, gotcha.
That's his main gig.
Employed by like the Atlantic or anything, or was this just...
Yeah, I was at New York Magazine for 3 years, I think.
Gotcha. Okay. Did you find that like after the trans article, I guess, was it like really hard to find work anywhere, or do you think
it would be a better story and I'd get more subscriptions if I said yes, but no. There's some outlets I probably can't even bother pitching to, like Vice or whatever, but they don't pay me as well as my own newsletter pays me. I know that sounds obnoxious, but it's true.
Yeah, no,
and then dude, last fall, the New York Times had me review a book on trans stuff. So how can I claim I'm canceled when I still get opportunities like that? I do worry that like some of the
New York
crazy
Times
editors around my age who are real political radicals will sort of be controlling the reins of these outlets in like 5 or 10 years. But the outlets might not exist in 5 or 10 years. So
you're saying the boomers love you?
It created some awkwardness and
Great.
like people publicly denouncing me on Twitter, but I have not been canceled by any realistic stretch.
Okay, that's cool then.
I mean, that's refreshing that he's not going to claim
check out
like
my Jesse Singal on Substack.com. Subscribe today, etc., etc.
Fucking Substack.
Cool. Well, hey, I'll have that linked in chat. Anything else you want to bring up, or?
No, man. Thanks for having me on. I might try to steal 20 minutes from you.
Oh shit! Is he gonna win?
You on our podcast to hear more about.
Did he fucking actually win?
Like someone trying to do debate.
No, that thing's still alive. That thing's still alive.
How that has worked out for you. So maybe down the road.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
oh shit!
Just shoot me an email and I'll.
Did he die? He died. Oh, I thought he was gonna win this time.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having me on, and thank you for everyone who listened.
Yeah. Thanks.
My God, chat. Isn't Trump's son running in the next election? It could be. Which one? Eric or Donald Jr.? Oh my God! Wait, which one is which? I so forget. It would have to be Donald Jr., wouldn't it? No, there's no way. I don't think he could run yet. Like, he's talked about it, right? But yeah, I don't see that working out for him. Oh my God, chat. Well, that was an interesting conversation. Listen, I mean, there were some, things that were better than I thought as far as like, where Jesse Singal's at, right? But there was just as many things that were worse than I thought. I don't think I was wrong, Steven. Like, the only thing I was wrong about is that he didn't buy you a popsicle, and that is a damn shame. I will say that, Steven. That is a damn shame that he didn't take you out for popsicles after this. But Donald Jr. is running on legalizing. I mean, I guess so. I don't really know much about Trump's kids. But yeah, this is just it's kind of wild. Yeah, so that was what I was saying, is that it was irresponsible and kind of vindictive choice of guest to have on after, the perceived L that he ate from trans people, because as everybody knows, CAFL speaks for all of us, right? It's not like there's any dissension. It's not like there's any difference in perspectives, any trans people that, are like skeptical on CAFLs or anything like that. No, that's all fake news. So yeah, CAFL, we're a monolith, and CAFLs is our queen. That's right. So just keep on vindictively striking out at all of us because of the perception that I don't think is even true. I honestly, I don't think that like Destiny's ban had to do with CAFLs, right? Like, and she said this much the same, right? She you know, when she gave a shit post that was like, yeah, you know, fucking got him, like, rip bozo, rest in piss, right? But in reality, I think she's, you know, given a nod to the fact that nobody knows why he got banned, and that, you know, she thinks it's probably not her. I agree. So anyway, thank you, chat, for being here once again. I'm just going to put this out as a video. This is just going to go out. This is going to go straight out and get pumped to everybody's box, because I feel like this is video in and of itself. But oh my god, thank you so much for the cats and coffee in chat instead of the the adult emojis. Much love to everybody out there. Moe Kyun and meow. Oh, you're super late. Yeah, I'm streaming at weird times. Meow. But yeah, I'll try to be back on, let's see, what is the next time? Sunday is the next time I'm scheduled for. Maybe I'll do a Saturday or something like that. Like, so here's the schedule so far, chat. We're talking about Sunday, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Sunday, Tuesday, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Thursday, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And that's what I'm going to try to do from now on. So I'm doing 3 streams a week. That's less than you usually get, but I'm hoping that as a result, you're going to get more videos, because that's what I really want to concentrate on. I think that my voice really lends itself to a video format, and the only way I'm going to have time for that is if I scale back streaming a little bit. So we're going to do that, but I'm going to keep doing the streams because it means a lot to me. Getting to see everybody, getting to talk to everybody, it's really important to me. And but yeah, I think that in order to really speak to the issues that I want to, it's going to be better for me to do, like I said, 1 video essay a month, 1 commentary a week, 3 stream videos a week, and then 5 shorts and 20 clips going up on Twitter. By the way, a lot of my content is on Twitter these days, right? So I'm putting up all the clips on Twitter in addition to putting them up on my on the other YouTube, the No Comment Clips channel, right? So make sure, if you're not already, to follow me on Twitter, because a lot of stuff's going on over there, and I would hate for anyone to miss out on that, right? Yeah, so follow me over on Twitter at Irene Geller on Twitter. You can also follow me on at nocommentchick. What's the difference between those 2 accounts? The Irene Geller account's my main account with most of the content in it. The nocommentchick account is what tweets out the spicy stuff, right? So, you know, if I ever have to deal with bozos like this, you know, I tweet at them with the nocommentchick account, the smaller of the accounts. But hey, it doesn't have to stay the smaller account. It all depends on what you like. And if more people are interested in that kind of content, then that account will get bigger, and I will, you know, accommodate by doing more content on there, doing more spicy stuff. If that's what you want, if you want to see me come up there and put people's noses into the dirt, make that happen by following me on at nocommentchick. As always, the choice is yours. My story is yours to write. So write a good one, and think of a cool name for me too, because I don't exactly remember mine. Anyway, talk to you later. You have to name me. That's what I'm saying. You have to give me a name.